Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Future Can't Wait Summit that we're hosting here in the sidelines of UNGA. I am Kate Warren, Executive Vice President, Executive Editor at Devex, and really excited to either welcome you back if you were here yesterday, or welcome you today for joining us for what should be a really exciting afternoon of some excellent programming. I have joined with me my colleague, Catherine Cheney, Senior Editor, who is a woman behind a lot of the programming. And we've been working with our journalists, our reporters, to put together a series of conversations on some of the topics we think are the most pressing and some of the people that you probably know some of their names, and if you don't, we think you should. So we really appreciate you joining us for this afternoon. I know it's day 4, day 5, maybe day 7 for some of you. So it's great to feel the energy in the room. Thank you for joining us. So Catherine, yesterday we had a great day full of conversations and events, and maybe you can just give us a couple little tidbits of what we learned yesterday.
Sure, a few things. I think part of what's so exciting about formats like this is bringing together people on stage you don't always see together talking on these topics. So one quick example is yesterday we had Carrie Fowler, the U.S. Special Envoy for Global Food Security, next to Afshan Khan, Deputy Secretary General at the UN, who's focused on nutrition. And together they really delivered a powerful message on we can't have food security without nutrition security. And again, you don't often hear them together talking about an issue like that. That's just one example of some of the really exciting sessions we had. And it was a mix of, as Kate mentioned, like people you know and people you don't know who you should know. We had a big power couple in global health, Viviane and Chikwe Ehekweazu, talking about their book together on stage with Raj Kumar. I had the chance to sit down with James Snowden from Open Philanthropy, who was part of a really big initiative announced this week on lead poisoning and tackling lead poisoning globally, and talking about how that initiative reflects the way Open Philanthropy selects their causes. You can find coverage of all these sessions on Devex, and a lot more to come today.
Yeah, so today we are focusing on partnering for a better future. We know partnerships is really key to a lot of the work we all do, and renewing trust and rethinking systems. So Catherine, maybe you can give us a little preview of what we have in store this afternoon.
Sure. A few things I'll highlight. We have a couple really newsy sessions. So we're going to start off by hearing about the Summit of the Future from a key person behind it. We're also going to hear about the Global Digital Compact. Again, a huge focus this week, very newsy. And Colin Lynch will be leading us in those conversations. We're also going to be talking about really big topics that are really hard to cover in 30 minutes on stage, but we're going to try our best, like economic transformation on the African continent, with an amazing lineup of experts. We're also going to have some practical reporting, things that we hope you can take home and apply to your work, like how NGOs can strengthen trust in a changing world. That'll be coming up later. And some big names and star power coming to the stage later today. We'll have Hamdi Ulukaya, founder and CEO of Chobani, America Ferrera, the actress and global goodwill ambassador for the IOM, among other names, but it's an exciting lineup.
It sure is. And we could not put together an event like this without the support of our partners. We have an amazing, incredible list of partners from a wide range of organizations. So I'd like to thank our impact partners, Caring Cross, CGAP, Food for the Hungry, Zipline, Funders Organized for Rights in the Global Economy, or FORGE, Gilead, ISN, Operation Smile, PAI, ServiceNow, and Boehringer Ingelheim, and our ecosystem partners that we've been hosting side events with this week, the African Development Bank, AstraZeneca, AT Scale, AXA, Boehringer Ingelheim, GSK, and AMREF Africa, MSD for Mothers, Vodafone, HumaQ, and Rabin Martin. So as you see, it takes a lot of people to pull this together, and we really appreciate the support of our partners. It allows us to do the journalism that we do, including here on stage and bringing the Devex community together in person. We want to thank you for being here. If you are a Devex Pro member, we want to thank you for supporting our journalism. If you're not, this is my plug to consider becoming a pro member and getting access to all of our insider news and events. And we are also going to be having a lot of coverage coming out of UNGA this week. We're kicking off a conversation led by Colin Lynch, our senior reporter who really covers the UN. He's working on a special edition newsletter that's really going to give you insight of all the big important conversations and takeaways happening all across the city this week. But again, thank you for choosing to spend your afternoon here at Devex. We'll have a few breaks. We're going to have some food. We'll end with a reception. So, settle in, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks, everyone. Enjoy.
I'll pass it off to Colin Lynch for our first discussion.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me in the back? Yeah. Okay. So anyway, thanks for joining us. I'm very excited to do this interview. I'm going to be talking to Michelle Griffin. She has the greatest job title on earth. She's the director of the Summit of the Future, or the Future Summit. And she's also kind of runs policy planning at the UN and has been involved in UN reform efforts, like really in the weeds for many, many years, and has been sort of guiding this process for the last 5 years or so. And involved, deeply in sort of all of the initial drafts and putting, the Secretary General's visions into print. So why don't we start right here and have a seat? So let's just start off with just a general sense. I've been focusing on sort of covering this negotiation, on all the difficulties, the tough fights that have been going on between the Russians and others. But it's sometimes hard to lose sight with all the issues you were looking at the beginning and sort of how it's come out at the end. So why don't you just sort of give us a sense of what you think, at the end of the day, after all these negotiations, what this document delivers? Should we be excited about it? Or is it sort of lost opportunities? Or so anyway, it's all yours. Floor is yours.
Thanks, Colin. Oh, does this work? Can you hear me? Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Second of all, yeah, this for me was a 5-year process, which took approximately 20 years off my life. But I'm feeling very, very relieved and very proud of what we've achieved. And at a time of really pretty significant geopolitical division, we've reached a very comprehensive agreement on a lot of issues. And it includes some very new areas where there's never been universal agreement before, but it also includes some issues on which we have not agreed in many, many decades. So, in that latter category, I would put Security Council reform. It's the most concrete, progressive agreement on Security Council reform since the 1960s. We have the first universal agreed language on nuclear disarmament since 2010. And, a lot of other areas where I think we've really struggled to agree for a very long time. And then some of the newer areas where we have reached agreement in this pact. Obviously, digital cooperation, governance of AI, lots of the kind of new domains of human activity, whether it's cyberspace or outer space, putting in place much better understandings about how we govern human activity in those places, how human rights and international humanitarian law and international law more generally apply. How we manage the risks to people's safety from all of that new activity, but also how we harness the benefits for more people around the world than maybe it otherwise would be the case. So looking at the weaponization of emerging tech and AI, maritime security is another area, and then a huge amount in the Pact and the Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations look at how do we really create the conditions in which we can achieve the SDGs, which we're obviously quite off track on. Right. And some of the biggest kind of agreements I think there to point out are all of the agreements on international financial architecture reform, looking at debt and financing, climate finance, and a whole load of other areas. So very proud, very satisfied, very relieved.
Right. That's one of the difficulties in covering this issue, is that it's basically everything. You're covering everything from sexual rights to peaceful uses of outer space and the whole sort of gamut in between. But one of the things I'm interested about is that this sort of lays out kind of a roadmap on a lot of these sort of global issues, but they still need to be implemented, and implementation is going to require future political agreements. The Russians, had a sort of a noisy kind of conclusion to this debate. Was out of said that it wasn't consensus, and then afterwards, their deputy foreign minister came out and said that that Russia would not recognize this document being reflected in other UN documents. If you want to fund certain initiatives in it, you need to go through the fifth committee, which is the UN Budget Committee, And Russia pulls a lot of levers in the UN. So how do you go from this agreement to actually implementation?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing to bear in mind is that there were 192 countries that really did want to adopt this pact. And in particular, if you saw what happened in the General Assembly on Sunday at the summit, the Global South really wanted this pact. There's a lot in there for them because a lot of the underlying proposals and agreements now were about giving them a better voice in international governance and better for them to be better served by the international architecture. So I think that will of the vast majority of member states, but also of all of the other stakeholders who were part of this process has to, will carry on and will have to carry on. And no international agreement, obviously, gets implemented overnight by every single person who signs up to it. There's always foot dragging. But I think that the really important thing will be to keep the pressure up. The nice thing about the agreement is that we have a lot of baked in kind of language and agreement that immediately gets taken up in future conferences and events. So whether that's at COP29 or at the Financing for Development Conference or the World Social Summit or Unispace 4 in 2027. So, most of the issues there were drafted with a view to then providing momentum for the future moments on the calendar where they can be taken forward.
So let me ask you a question. I mean, one of the big, sort of obstacles to reaching an agreement on some sort of international, financial reform is that a lot of the donors, particularly the US, they want all these decisions to be made in the G7, G20, the World Bank, the IMF, right? And the G77 for years and others have been really trying to get more of the substantive discussions on this issue at the UN, where there are 193 members. It's a broader span of people, more democratic, but also plays to their advantage. I mean, what is it that, I mean, does this obviously sort of lets the UN talk about it more, but when it comes down to fundamental decision making, allocation of funds and that sort of thing, I mean, does it really make a difference?
I think it really does. And I mean, you're right that was a through thread through the whole negotiations was where do decisions get made? But what got lost sight of is that this was a summit at the head of state level. Heads of state are in charge of all of their ministries, not just their foreign ministries, and they are where the decisions ultimately come to rest. So this wasn't about one organization telling another organization what to do or how to do its job better. This was really about having heads of state come together, heads of government, and say, we need the whole international architecture to work more effectively. And in order to do that, we're going to agree on a direction of travel, on debt, on the representation of developing countries in the IFIs, on climate finance, on safety nets, on SDG financing, and some of those decisions will get implemented and pursued in Washington. Some will get implemented and pursued in New York. Most will have to be implemented and pursued at national level. So it was really a very kind of head of state level summit for that reason, and that's why we needed it to be a summit.
Right. So let's talk about Security Council enlargement and expansion, which was a key element. It was it's been basically this nagging issue that has really kind of poisoned a lot of the discussions about, the success of multilateralism. How could you have a Security Council that only reflects the balance of power from the Second World War, doesn't include any permanent African members on the council? The five are, the only countries with veto. I mean, this discussion has been going on quite actively. I mean, I think in this context since 2005, but this was a discussion going back to the 1990s. And there have always been, aspirations to do this and a kind of recognition that that's the right thing to do. But, on the one hand, you have, no second tier regional power wants to have the first tier regional power in that position. So regionally, governments would try to undermine the process. And then, of course, the P5 didn't want to give up their privileges. And, the French, the British, the Americans, I think, have talked a good game. But, there's really questions. Do they really want to have to share that power? So why is this different? Why should one expect this to actually result in, an enlargement of the Security Council for the first time since the 1960s?
Well, because they've agreed to do it. Now, I know that the cynics in the room might say, well, that doesn't mean anything, but this is actually the first concrete agreement with a lot of detail in it to reform the council. Yes, there's more work ahead, but I think even the P5 recognized that the legitimacy and credibility of the council has really been affected by recent failures of the Council to agree, to address and deal with conflict. We're seeing that every day. And so even they can't ignore this upswell of pressure for meaningful Council reform. And the truth is, I think, again, the story of this summit is partly a story of an overall attempt to make the international architecture more reflective of how power and how need exist in today's world and not in the days of our grandparents. The Secretary General has said multiple times, we can't create a future fit for our grandchildren with the systems built by our grandparents. And the Council is one of the bodies that he most often points to. So I think we've come to the point where even the P5 can't ignore that, can't ignore the pressure. And again, implementing this and keeping these agreements, making these agreements be more than words on paper is going to require continued pressure from a lot of different sources.
Right. Okay. This would be a topic that could go on for a lot longer than the minute and a half that we have left. But let me ask you on the peace and security front, which is a big piece of this agreement. I mean, there's a sense of the UN is, that you don't see the UN at the center of political mediation in conflict areas. They don't really have a central role in Sudan. They don't have, you don't see the Secretary General, doing shuttle diplomacy over the Middle East. Ukraine, the UN Secretary General very much focused on humanitarian issues. But I get the sense that there's this, craving for the UN to play more of a role in peacemaking in addition to these other issues. And is there anything in terms of the reform in this document that sort of signals a kind of a road ahead on that front?
I mean, having spent most of my career working on those issues, I think that yes and no. There are some very clear, strong signals in the pact that the SG should kind of offer and use his good offices more. That there should be more regional confidence building. There's lots of very strong language on protection of civilians, on use of explosive weapons, on the ICJ, on maritime security. So if you look for it, there's a lot of language in the pact that tries to speak to current conflicts and the shortcomings in our responses to those conflicts. That said, I mean, I think as anyone who works in this field knows, we can't force ourselves into situations where the conditions aren't there and the parties don't want to talk and the big powers or regional powers involved in the conflict don't want us. We're not an army, and so I think that's just the fundamental reality of the UN. And we can't, as the UN, do what our member states don't want us to do. So in the end of the day, there's lots of great language in there in the pact, but if people have the political will to kind of turn that into reality, great. And if they don't, there's not an enormous amount that we can necessarily do about that.
Right. Well, I could go on, but we're out of time. So I just want to thank Michelle for joining us, and congratulations to her. This was a long slog, and it wasn't at all a given that it would result in an actual pact. So well done. Congratulations. Take care. Thanks.
Thank you.
And Kate, are we giving the floor back to you? There you go. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you, Michelle. I know it's been a very busy week, if not years, for you. So appreciate you spending some time. Catherine teased that we are going to have a discussion on economic transformation on the African continent. So we're going to move into that discussion now, led by senior reporter Adva Saldinger, who you probably are familiar with her byline. So Adva, I'll hand the stage to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. Hello, everyone. I'm going to start by saying that 28 minutes to discuss economic transformation in Africa is hardly enough time, but we're going to do our best. And I want to start by welcoming my panelists to the stage. So Chidi Blyden, who's the Deputy CEO of the Millennium Challenge Corporation, come on up. It's like, game show. Bright Simmons, who's the Vice President of the Amani Center for Policy and Education, the founder of Pedigree. Hi, Bright. We have Doda Sembene, who's the founder and CEO of AfriCatalyst. Welcome. And Carolyn Tetti, who's the VP for Risk Safeguarding and Compliance at Give Directly. So we can have a seat and kick this conversation off. I want to start by saying that obviously we all know that Africa is an incredibly diverse continent. every country is probably going to have its own story and journey to economic transformation, but there are definitely certain things that can be done on a continent-wide level and lessons that can be shared. So we understand that. We're not trying to say there's one solution for everyone everywhere on the continent. I want to start by asking each of you to just, in a few words, tell me what you see as the greatest barrier that's today limiting economic growth on the continent. I think that will help us kick off this conversation. Chidi, you want to jump in?
Well, thank you. And thank you to everyone who's come out this afternoon to listen to this wonderful discussion. Thank you for posing that very particular question. I think from where I sit and the work that I do with the Millennium Challenge Corporation for the US government, I would have to say that maybe not the biggest barrier, but maybe a part of it is the symbiotic balance between, security, stability, governance, and evidence-based investment when it comes to unlocking economic growth. At MCC, we're very focused on trying to reduce poverty through economic growth by making sure that we are doing investments that are evidence-based, but also have the ability to do something transformative in a country that will allow a country to propel itself forward on an economic front. So while many people think that, MCC is just an infrastructure development organization, we also do a lot of work on the political side in helping with policy and institutional reform. So again, really going back to that symbiotic balance between getting the right measurement and balance of governance, stability, security, but then again, evidence-based investment.
Yeah. Bright?
Good. I think my view is that the biggest barrier to Africa's transformation today is the strategic misrepresentation worldwide of both the opportunities on the continent and the risks. So I every time I go to a conference like this, we don't have enough time, so I'm not going to do it. I do a little poll where I ask people, where do you think, the most minerals of this category is or there? And if I ask people, where do you think, the largest production of gold or the largest reserves of gold is? And if I was to ask this audience, the vast majority, I believe, given the history, will say it's Africa, or they will mention an African country. The truth of the matter is that China is the biggest producer of gold, and the top 3 producers of gold in Africa together don't produce as much gold as China. You might think that's not such a bad misrepresentation to have, until you begin to look at how people then analyze problems and solve them. So you look at, for instance, Nigeria. And I've gone to many places around the world where people have said, oh, but if Nigerians could manage their oil resources like the Norwegians, Nigeria would be so better off. Thought experiment. If everything Nigeria produced was oil, and everything Norway produced was just oil, and there were no inefficiencies in either country, and all the resources that were gained from producing oil were shared equally to every citizen in Nigeria and Norway, the average Norwegian will still be 75 times richer than average Nigerian. Is that crazy? So what is the misrepresentation there? The continent is not that rich in natural resources of the kind that colonially has been imposed on it, which is mineral natural resources. But from a biodiversity point of view, it's amazingly rich. Easy example, lions. The only continent with a little bit, a little sliver of India, which still has lions. But 2,000 years ago, there were lions all over Europe and all over Asia. Africa is the only place with that left. The amazing potential for biodiversity in that respect, in tourism, in nutraceuticals, in regenerative bioeconomy, is incredible. Yet all the investment goes into extractive, mining and things like that, because there's a colonially imposed view of Africa as the place where you get extractives. So this is one of the ways in which these misrepresentations are really, really damaging. And as we go in the conversation, I'm happy to share more.
Wonderful. Tode?
Well, thank you, Adva. I think I'll be very brief on this question because you asked what's the largest or the most important barrier to growth or economic transformation in Africa. I would just say one word, is the cost of capital. We have a continent where the cost of capital is the highest in than any other region around the world for many reasons, right? And this has implications in terms of the ability of African countries to sort of attract infrastructure investment, which is a big issue because also you cannot really have sustained growth if you don't have the proper infrastructure. But because the cost of capital is high, it's a problem. why the cost of capital is high. I think actually Bright touched upon part of it is there is also unfortunately some exaggerated risk perception that the continent is facing. Yes, the continent is facing so many issues that warrant sometimes higher risk perception than other places. But unfortunately, what I think is demonstrated by many studies is there is an element or a part of those perceptions that are not necessarily objective and that are subjective. If you're not able to sort of address that, I think that would be an issue. So I think if I would go for one, I would go for the cost of capital.
Awesome. Thank you for that question. And I'm going to throw myself back to my childhood, and I want to respond to you based on my own personal experience. 34 years ago, I was among young people who I am sure a conference like this was discussing how to emancipate out of poverty. 34 years ago. At that time, we had about 275 million people living in extreme poverty. Don't I count myself lucky that today I'm sitting in a forum with Devex and important people like you? Yes, I am. But there are many, many other girls who were with me then who are stuck and may never get themselves. And cyclically, their children, their grandchildren are going to get themselves stuck in that story of poverty. Today, we have 400 million people poor in sub-Saharan Africa. 34 years later, there are more. If you think about an African country such as Malawi, the GDP is 1%. Uganda is 5%. Young people in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, 400 million people in the category of 15 to 35 years. 74% of those young people are either unemployed or they are in informal settlement, economic activities. Most of the time, it will be God for us all and each man for himself. That is the story of poverty. Yet, we have an a population dividend. There is so much in terms of potential in young people in Africa. There is so much in terms of resources that have been spoken about. The barrier today is how do we make sure those people at the front line of poverty and the challenges that we are experiencing today are included in those conversations, are considered in the solutions. When we sit here, we are speaking about meta solutions. We are talking about systems, we are talking about policies, we are talking about AI. The poor woman doesn't know about AI. They are waiting for food. They are waiting for their daughter to go to school. They are waiting for an opportunity, small as it is. Do they have a voice when we speak like this? That, for me, is the missing link.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a lot to dive into, right? And I hope that part of what we can get to is how do we really start to address some of these challenges, right? And so Chidi, I want to start with you, and you have a really interesting background. You spent a lot of your career working sort of in the defense sector. So when you look at the challenges around governance, around stability on the continent, what can be done to change things? And I think a lot of that has to be driven internally, right? It has to come from an internal demand to do things differently. But what needs to change? What types of solutions, new types of, yeah. And then what is the role of the US government in helping get there?
Well, I'm glad you, and I appreciate you sort of looking at my background. I was having a conversation with somebody earlier about this. How did I make this shift from, working on defense issues to working on development issues? And I think it does go back to something that my colleague at the end, Caroline, was saying around sort of stability and security and the issues that are surrounding what we're looking at on the continent. And so I think many people conflate defense with security issues, and we're here talking about economic security, food security, youth insecurity, job insecurity, and that's very different than defense solutions. And the US government has spent a lot of time looking at what we call the 3Ds, defense, diplomacy, and development, to the point now where we have expanded that to include a whole of government approach. And so MCC is one of the tools that is really focused on hitting a very particular niche when it comes to policies, institutional reform, and infrastructure that allows a country to be able to, remove some of the barriers that we've been talked about to economic growth. Some of the things that we're now transitioning to and thinking more about is, I can proudly say, is something that MCC has been doing over its 20-year history. And to your point about, what should we be doing differently? Localized, country-led solutions. MCC has country ownership, which means that from the very beginning that we start a program, whether it's in the energy sector, the agriculture sector, we're working with the country to identify through evidence and through data how exactly we can make a significant jump or change in the way that a country is able to have more capital or more investment come to its country. For example, in Lesotho, we've been working with the Lesotho government, not just for health infrastructure development, but we had a compact with them very early in our tenure as a US government agency. And our ability to be able to use evidence-based research to find the pockets in rural areas where health infrastructure was most needed allowed us to build clinics in some of the most critical parts of the country, and allow there to be access to more healthcare. Fast forward to today, we've helped Lesotho to get another compact of about $380 million, but this time we're working on agriculture sector. Lesotho has aspirations to be not just a trader of the agriculture exports that it's able to grow, but to be able to also produce enough for not just Lesotho, but the region. But part of that was unlocking the fact that they did not have policy and institutional reforms that allowed a majority of their citizens to have land. So Lesotho had been working on a land reform bill that would allow women to have access to owning agricultural production. We came in and we worked alongside them on something that they were already working on at both the traditional and the federal level, to show them the economic benefits of being able to have double the capacity when it comes to growing agriculture and then having that traded. So excluding women in this case was not as economically profitable, and we were able to help them see that. So it's the policy and institutional reforms. We're now working on the access to land and irrigation plans that will allow them to be the kind of producer that they want to be. And that will in turn help them trade more, not just in Lesotho, but outside of the country, therefore leading to more economic security, not necessarily defense, but economic security, food security, that will allow the country to be a mass producer in Southern Africa.
I mean, all these types of security you're talking about, economic security, job security, all of these things really contribute to stability, though, right? If you have people who are insecure in their ability to live, to provide for their families, it does create other types of insecurity. I'm going to take a quick moment to say MCC is 20 years old this year. I've been doing a deep dive into what the last 20 years look like and what people think MCC should do in the next 20 years. It's an agency that is not facing certain challenges, including, trying to think about how you can work in more countries and in other contexts, or doing more agreements before a country might be able to fully qualify because they have a very difficult scorecard. But I think one of the interesting things that you were talking about is some of these issues around governance and around policy. And Bright, one of the things I want to ask you about, you've built a successful company, and so I really want to get your perspective as someone who has done that, about what you see as some of the policy hurdles, some of the sort of policy changes that need to happen to allow businesses to grow and thrive, some of the challenges you face.
Absolutely, Adva. I think because I'm in both policy activism, policy analysis, and in business, but primarily social enterprise, but still business, I do have a perspective that I think is worth sharing. The biggest challenge that we face as innovators on the continent, trying to fix our own continent and get wealth building going on, etc., is the posture and the architecture of the global development industry. And I'll use my own experience. 2007 to 2010, we successfully built the first end-to-end traceability system for pharmaceuticals that allows us to track a pack of medicine from a factory in France, in South Africa, whatever, all the way into the hands of a patient. So think of a mother buying a pack of analgesics for their sick child. And you stand in a pharmacy in Nigeria, and we give you the opportunity, working with many partners, with a single phone to verify the history of that product. And what we did was that we automated the checklist, which means a number of things. That simple message said several things in one message. You could take the product because it's original, it's not a knockoff, it's not substandard, it's not had any diversion problem since it was moved from the warehouse into the pharmacy, etc. So we condense all of that into a single message that you can understand as a patient. But in between, we're doing all this checklisting and we're doing full end-to-end traceability. Since then, it's taken much longer for Europe and the US to get to that same level. If you walk into a CVS, you walk with a Walgreens, and you pick up a pack of medicines, even if you're in the United States, you wouldn't know the source. And the reason is because it's over-engineered in Europe and in America. That process that they are going through is over-engineered. Do you know, though, that when people come to Africa and they see that we have this challenge with supply chains, etc., they don't look at what we've done and the decade and a half experience that we've done. They try to impose GS1-based models developed in Europe and America that's taken them a decade to get to the level where you have full transparency. It is that kind of misrepresentation of capacity on the ground that I think is fostered by the global development industry, because a lot of these dollars that are being used to build these things that do not incorporate local knowledge and local awareness and local insight comes from the global development industry. So as an innovator on the ground who understood this problem, solved it in different dimensions and the rest of it, I was not going to get those resources, obviously. But more importantly, they displace us. And I think this is a huge problem that if we don't fix, we can keep having these meetings ever and ever and ever, trying to solve them and talking about them. But the real solutions are on the ground. It's innovators who spend years of their life understanding the problem anthropologically in great depth and great detail. I'll give another last example from the policy world, because this was from my entrepreneurial experience. We look at a country like Nigeria, and there's a lot of talk about countries like Nigeria, natural resource countries, natural resource rich countries, and how they get better. But like I tried to explain to you a moment ago, we often are not looking, when we try to do these comparisons, properly from the perspective of those countries in their full historical span. So we say, okay, why can't Nigeria do more value addition in oil? And why can't more Nigerians, have more technology that ensures that indigenous companies in Nigeria have more technology to do their own prospecting and to produce their own oil? And then we compare Nigeria to, say, Saudi Arabia. The truth of the matter, of course, we have Saudi Aramco that has done better, but most people don't realize this. Between 1960 and 1971, Nigeria moved from 17,000 barrels of oil to 1.5 million barrels of oil, nearly 100-fold. Oil was 7% of government revenue. It went to 60% of government revenue. The adjustment time frame was much too short. Saudi Arabia had more than 40 years to figure that path out. Because we often exaggerate the amount of oil that is in the ground, the amount of gold that's in the ground, and the rest, mining investors have a lot of incentive to overproduce. That shortens the adjustment time frame for management reform. So it's not surprising then that in Nigeria, value addition has been difficult and none of the 4 state oil refineries work because of this lack of adjustment. But if you don't diagnose it properly, and you say, oh, it's all corruption, it's all these people can't manage anything and the rest of it, you fail to get to the root cause of the problem. And that is what we face on both the policy front and the business front. Strategic misrepresentations.
Yeah. Dodo, I wonder, coming to you, I think Bright presents a really interesting perspective also because I think there sometimes are disconnects between the development funders, be they governments or the development finance institutions, and people on the ground and the innovators. And there's a disconnect maybe in the type of capital and the understanding of what types of solutions might work. And so I'm curious, from your perspective, what role you think or how some of these development finance institutions can evolve to actually better respond to the needs and demands on the ground.
Yes, thank you, Adva. I think you touched upon a very important issue, is actually the issue of partnerships. And when I talked about partnership, I see many type of partnerships. There is the domestic partnerships, the regional partnerships, and the international partnership. When I talked about the domestic partnership, is how African countries, their government actually can better partner with the private sector. That's an issue in many countries. Unfortunately, in many countries, sometimes private sector is seen as, I would not say the devil, but actually, unfortunately, not as a sort of partner, because sometimes it's not very well seen to be motivated by the search of profit, which is totally normal. So I think we need to have a framework where countries, both the public and the private sector, are able to partner and make sure that they really work for the common sort of shared objective of job creation and growth. And I think that's critical. Second, and I think that's why I should have started also, is I think it's incumbent on countries' government to make sure that they do have the right policy frameworks and the right business environment to make sure that they can attract more investment that would lead to growth and maybe and to economic diversification. That's critical. So the second layer of a partnership, which is critical, is at the regional and Pan-African level. One way Africa could very much sustain growth and economic diversification is by trading between African countries. Like it is shown that African intra-trade between African countries is less than 20%, where if you go to Europe and Asia, we're talking about more than 50% and 60% in Asia. So how can we do that? I think it requires new forms of partnership between the African countries. It is already happening with the African free trade area, but I think we need to fasten and sort of accelerate it, because it is demonstrated that, and I think that's some research that was done by the IMF and the World Bank, if this is put in place, by 2035, Africa will be able to generate additional income of more than $450 billion. This is a lot of money, and this is something that can very much help address all of those issues that Caroline talked about, and also Shidi. So I think it's critical to have that partnership between African countries. And now it brings me to your question about what the international community can do. And I think this is where I feel like there is maybe some scope for strengthening the partnership between African countries and the development community. I talked earlier about the high cost of capital. One way that partnership could very much manifest itself is by allowing the international community to better use development finance for supporting mobilization of private capital. I think this is something that we are failing at. We are not doing a good job at de-risking in many African countries to attract international investors. I talked about the role of risk earlier. I think if we are able to use development finance for first of all, better having like a better pool of bankable project where international investors can choose from and get involved. That would be good. If we are able to use that type of money to have MDBs change their policies and be able to take more risk when it comes to Africa, I think that would be extremely helpful in attracting also investors, and because there would be some ways to sort of mitigate risk in Africa. I think that's critical. One last thing I think is also important is, at the end of the day, if we're talking about the ability of African countries to sustain growth, to diversify their economies, but most importantly, to also contribute to the common good, which is, of course, to fight climate change and be able, of course, to address all of those issues that we are facing now, migration and others, we need to make sure that African countries are able to tap to the private capital markets at affordable and sustainable rates. And that's a big issue that we are facing. And of course, this is again an issue about partnership with the international community. How the international community can sit together with African countries and address those regulatory barriers. You're BlackRock right now. You have maybe 20 trillion of asset under management, and you're not able to invest in Africa. Why? Because there are some regulatory barriers you're facing in some countries that tells you, well, if this country is a non-investment grade, you cannot invest there. It is up to the international community to see how we can address those issues not only for the good of African countries, but for the international community. Because if you do so, I think we'll be able to address and improve the delivery of global public goods.
Yeah. Carolyn, I want to ask you a question, because I think mobilizing capital is really important, but making sure it's designed in the right way and gets to the right people is also really important. And I know that's something that you have thought a lot about. And so I really want to ask you sort of what practical steps you think can be taken to improve sort of how investment is designed and who it gets to, because you don't want to create a system where investment is flowing into the continent. You have economic growth, but it's only helping the wealthy in a country and not trickling down to the women who you're talking about.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. And like you said, I work for an organization called Give Directly, and Give Directly prides in delivering cash directly and unconditionally to people living in extreme poverty. I want to, one, appreciate the work that is going on at the meta level, investing in governments and helping to build systems, infrastructure, and to make sure that our countries are set up to deliver to the citizens. The one thing that we also have to appreciate from what I said when I began, 34 years ago, I was waiting for a road to reach my village. We are still waiting for that road. And we've had successive governments. Not that the government is not working, but there is prioritization at the meta level that may not be seeing that village that requires a road. In Kenya, we did a testing. We sent $1,000 to a whole village, every single household, receiving $1,000 unconditionally. And we trusted the members of each household to make the decisions about how that money could transform their lives. Before I share any story of what happened at the household level, within those communities, a randomized control trial has given us proof that for every dollar that we invested in those households, we got $2.50 for each person. We catalyzed the economy. What are we talking about? As Bright is talking about strategic marginalization of innovators, we are also talking about strategic marginalization of poor people in communities where we sit down and think that we have the solutions. We design the solutions and we send it down to them. No trust, and they have no choice and no voice. So we do it over and over again, and we make the same mistakes over and over again, going into communities, implementing programs. We leave them with no voice. And when we leave, they say, we are waiting for our benefactors who are here. And I'm going to share a story about a program I was working on like about 15 years ago. Water and sanitation program. We want to give dignity to women. So what does that mean? We want to give them toilets, and then we give them innerwear. So we buy tons of innerwear and send to Sudan. When it reaches there, the women take the innerwears and they put them on their heads. And why do they do that? Because the problem they're facing is so much heat. We designed it, we thought that that is the solution that they wanted. That's not what they wanted. We are saying that we have an opportunity to put people living in extreme poverty at the center of decision making about their lives, because they are the ones who know what best suits them.
Yeah.
As we wait for governments, they are also waiting, but they also have things that need to be done immediately. A woman that we sent money in Kenya tells the story of her reproductive health, living with the embarrassment, shame, and stigma of not being able to conceive because she has a reproductive health complication. You can't wait for meta-level solutions to help her. She gets the money, she goes into a hospital, gets a surgery. 4 months later, she's calling Give Directly and she says, you have saved my marriage, you have saved my dignity, you have saved my life. It is time.
Yeah.
We put them closer to the decisions about them.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm going to go really quickly, I think if we have a microphone, to Zainab Raji, who I know wants to make a quick remark or give us a quick question. We are basically out of time, so if you want to just chime in quickly, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Really glad you guys are here, and this was a really insightful discussion. I currently work in private equity focused on technology. Africa's biggest issue, if I could, combine all you've said, is really around that productivity challenge. It's, it's really driven by the human capital deficits you've mentioned, infrastructure, healthcare, financing, a whole host of issues. It's quite challenging to solve all of them at the same time. How do external partners, like a lot of people in this room, think about prioritizing issues? It's just, there's just such a huge, deficit. And so I think there has to be some prioritization at some level. And I'm really curious about how you will think about it.
That's a great question. I think it tees up exactly what I was hoping to sort of close our panel with, which is really what is sort of the most important thing that can be done in the next year. So how do you start to do some of that prioritization? And so just in about 30 seconds each, if you want to quickly give us your thoughts on sort of what needs to be a top priority, how you do that prioritization.
Well, Zainab, I think your point is absolutely spot on. It's a prioritization. From the U.S. government's perspective, we have MCC, we have USAID, we have a number of other programs and partners that we work in. We stay within our particular niche and we work there. And I think that's a little bit of it. Really figuring out what are the specific tools for the specific issue and the specific problem, rather than trying to do everything. So MCC works with low to middle income countries. We work on particular type of infrastructure projects, and we also focus on the governance and policy reforms with those countries from a very local-led, country-owned perspective. And so we will stay in our lane. We will work on those things. And to your question, what's the one important thing to unlock growth in the next year? The next year we have between 2024 and 2025, I think we have them, 85, parliamentary and presidential elections that are happening globally. So, for me, the one thing that can do is, responsible, citizen participation in governance and, active participation in the political and institutional reform processes.
Great.
Oh, sorry. Given that this is an audience of global development practitioners for the most part, I'll target my message to this audience. In 1980, about more than 40 years ago, we had the Brandt line, which divided global north, global south. Since that time, most in the global south have actually been very powerful. Africa is one of the few places that is still left in that classical global south. My view of the matter is that the way we fix the African issue is mostly Africans will do it. We in Africa will figure it out. What shouldn't happen, though, is that global industry practitioners should not compound the challenge of Africans solving their own problem. So anytime you make an investment, anytime you make a decision, anytime you make a contribution targeted at Africa, ask yourself one question. Will this build local capacity? Will this transform the ability of Africans to solve their own problems? Or will it eventually get in the way, even if today it appears as if it's relief? That, I think, is the fundamental issue that all of us in this room should grapple with.
Well, I think when we talked about Africa, there is one thing that we should keep in mind. This year, there would be 6 African countries among the 10 fastest growing countries in the world. So we should also know that Africa has a lot of opportunities actually to give to private investors. And for that to be sort of reaped, we need to make sure that we do our homework. Of course, our government need to make sure that they put in place the right frameworks, the right policy frameworks, have the right good governance, and of course making sure that of course they do engage effectively with the private sector, both domestically and internationally. If we do so, I think there would be some sort of positive news in terms of how Africa is able to attract more and more sort of resources. One thing that we didn't talk about, and that would be critical, I think one thing that we are seeing in many African countries, out of now maybe 22 African countries right now, which are either at high risk of debt distress or in debt distress. Those countries, I think the perspective for attracting not only investors, but for sort of sustaining growth could be lessened so long as their debt situation is not sort of addressed. And that's a typical issue that the global community needs to address with African countries by making sure we do have effective debt restructuring mechanism that they can sort of take advantage of. I think that would be also something that we need to keep in mind. But also, most importantly, we should not wait for those countries to be in trouble before doing something. We need to make sure that countries, the 30 other countries and something that are not necessarily in high risk of debt distress or at debt distress, are able to tap into the global capital market at affordable and sustainable rates so that they won't be actually in that situation.
I'm sure everybody in this room would love to be able to do something that is evidence-based. Evidence is telling us that we could invest 15 to 20 billion dollars, sending cash directly to people living in extreme poverty, and we will change the story of poverty in the world. Can we try this? That's a provocative statement, but maybe it might be one thing that we want to ask ourselves, that of the many other things that we are doing, can we entrust people with resources so that we have a bottom-up catalyst of development and transformation in Africa?
Wonderful. Well, thank you all so much. And thank you. And I am going to welcome to the stage my colleague Rumbi Chikamba, who's going to continue this conversation in this line, talking about how African philanthropy is changing.
Thank you so much, Adva. This conversation actually really sets us up for the next discussion that we're going to have. Please help me in welcoming our next speaker on stage, Titi Masiawa, who is the co-founder and co-chair of Higher Life Foundation, as well as the board chair of the End Fund. Thank you so much, Titi. I had to refer to my notes because you do so many different things and you've got so many different titles. But
I have many children. I have 6.
A mom to 6 as well. But to start off this conversation, I want to take it to the End Fund. You took over as board chair for the End Fund last year, but this was after working with them for several years. Can you tell us a little bit about the End Fund and what you guys do?
So the End Fund, in a nutshell, is a philanthropic fund. We claim to be the leaders, okay, of philanthropists who put money together, focusing on eliminating 5 neglected tropical diseases. There's so many. These diseases are diseases that we are forgotten about, that are, for those of you who read the Bible, they are in the Bible. And we still find them in our communities. So our goal, together with the communities in which we work and serve, and the philanthropists, have partners we work with, which are your governments, which are your, again, local leaders, communities, etc., to be able to eliminate these diseases. And I have to say thank you so much to Diana, the interim CEO of the End Fund, who created this opportunity for me to be in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I should thank you too, because I've been dying to speak to Titi as well. So this is fun for me too. You mentioned the End Fund and your focus on NTDs. So one thing people always say about NTDs is that they're forgotten because they affect the poorest. And I think 40% of people who are affected by NTDs are in Africa. So what role have you seen African leaders, both in philanthropy and in government, playing in the End Fund's mission?
First of all, Africans care, because each one of us has a cousin, an aunt, an uncle, a family that we are supporting in the village somewhere, who are either susceptible to the disease, exposed to, or suffer from the disease. So it's something that we carry, something that we are aware of, that we know. And then as from a philanthropic side, we African philanthropists are very much engaged. Do you know who the biggest African philanthropists are? It's the diaspora.
Oh,
thank you. If you are from the diaspora, put up your hand. Thank you. We love and we appreciate you. Sending $5 home, $10 home, $50 home, $100 home. There are no diasporans in the room. Okay. But makes a world of difference.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think we had a report out on Devex, which looked at remittances and how they are surpassing other forms of giving And so that's true. But I was going to name all these names and include all these billionaires in there. But that is true, actually. The diaspora plays such a big role. And you mentioned one thing about Africans. You said Africans care and they're engaged because they know someone who's affected by the issue. Is that what we need in order? Because I think the last conversation focused a lot on African solutions to African problems. Is that what we need in order to like make a change happen? People who are engaged and people who understand the issues?
I think, first of all, what's needed is humility. Philanthropy is love for humanity, and it's got to be a genuine love for humanity. And it takes humility to respect that everybody matters in the ecosystem. The communities, those who are affected matter. Those who look after those who are susceptible or who suffer from the diseases matter. The players in country, it doesn't matter how corrupt the government is, how much we disagree. You know, when you have a level, I believe, if you have a level of wealth or income you have achieved and a certain lifestyle, you can afford not to speak to somebody who has political differences with you. When you're African, even if I disagree with my government, I will find a common platform to work, because it's not about my politics, it's about our communities. That what can we do? There's a sense of urgency in us having that kind of mindset and having a mindset that brings solutions that the communities that really, really suffer need with urgency.
And the End Fund also works with international donors. I know you've received funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. You've also received funding from Mackenzie Scott, who sort of believes in this trust-based philanthropy. In what ways should international philanthropy be changing in order to meet African needs?
Okay. It has to change through trust. Number one, trust. Let's unpack what trust means. You can't give money and then you are also serving on the boards and want to have a say as board members. Already there's an inequality there. That's number one. Number two, you've got to understand that the ways to remit money, to get the money to the people, we've got to be creative. Technology provides many platforms. But if you have a group of people sitting in a city somewhere who are the ones who you entrust with the money, and the bank that looks like you and sounds like you, and then plus all the costs that are required to get the money to where it gets, guess what? A very small portion will get there. So it's the humility. If we are called philanthropists, otherwise we must change our names to something that is more reflective of our values and the way we do our giving. If we are truly love for humanity, it is what really works. Dismantle systems that don't work. If there are board members who are on the board who are there because they want to direct how their money is given, they need to remind themselves they're philanthropists. They can't serve on the board. Either you give the money and be professional, follow the rules, do philanthropy in an efficient manner, do it in a dignified manner, and do it with a sense of urgency. It works in many businesses. When it comes to making money, somehow the rules kind of like change. But when it comes to philanthropy, I think philanthropists, we tend to want to be honored, respected in ways that I think are disproportionate to our impact. So changing the mindset, changing the systems, stopping the politics, and demanding all manner of rights because you have given money. It has to stop, irrespective of how big the donor, philanthropist, or whatever they are. I think we are in the game of humility. That's what philanthropy is.
Definitely, that deserves a round of applause. And then, final question. When we talk about setting the agenda, I think right now the focus is really on community-led solutions. The people who are affected by these maybe if it's NTDs affected by these diseases or affected by anything, should be the ones leading the way and sort of curating the solutions that come to them. How do we ensure that we incorporate these community voices in these solutions that we're coming up with?
Okay, first of all, the term community-led solutions appears on every brochure, by the way. So everybody has their own definition of what community-led solutions are. One of my favorite words is integrity. Have integrity when you write it. If it's community-led, for sure, make sure your people have actually gone. My kind of philanthropy, this is what I do. And this is what we do at High Life. This is what we do at Delta Philanthropies. You go where the community is. You eat the food that they are eating. You spend a few nights there where they sleep. Listen to their stories and their lived experiences. There you will, that is what co-creation means to me. But anything that is out of that it's an aspiration.
I think you've really challenged a lot of people, and I hope this message goes up the chain. I was going to say down the chain, but I think it's up the chain to philanthropists so that they have a better understanding of what exactly it is to be community-led. Thank you so much, Tsitsi, for speaking to me.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. I'm back, and we're going to be having a conversation about ESG, environmental social governance investing, and impact investing, and sort of the challenges we're seeing in the market around impact washing and really ensuring results. So a lot of people talk about mobilizing more private capital. How can you get private capital markets to spend money in a way that can help development challenges? And part of the challenge is that it's hard to verify things that are happening. It's hard to verify claims, et cetera. So to join me in having this conversation, I'm going to welcome Phyllis Costanza, who is the Principal and Chief Social Investment Officer at Advanced Portfolio Management, and Greg Spencer, who is the CEO and co-founder of the Common Good Marketplace. Welcome. So Phyllis, I'm hoping that to kick us off, you can sort of give us a little bit of a state of play. There are a lot of questions swirling about the ESG industry. You hear a lot of things in the headlines. Is ESG dead? What's the next iteration of ESG, et cetera? Give us a little bit of a sort of 101. Where do things stand right now?
So ESG, you mean woke capitalism, impact washing, greenwashing, cause washing, irresponsible investing, go woke, go broke. That's what you mean, right? I do think that rumors of its death have been greatly exaggerated. We are on track to hit, I think it's $34 trillion in assets under management in ESG by 2026. That's only 2 years away. That is a huge amount of money moving to things that we hope are responsible. So what is ESG? I'm sure many of you in this room know the E is environment, S is social, G is governance. And if we look at what we're trying to gather from ESG investing, it's really three things. Number one, what is the risk that has the greatest potential to have a very material financial impact on the performance? So a risk could be, for example, if you're Target, if you have child or forced labor in your supply chain, that is a huge risk for your financial performance, never mind the social negative impact of that. And then risk mitigation strategy around that would be, okay, do they have good policies in place to manage that? Are they doing sufficient due diligence on their supply chain? And that's what we look at for risk management. And then opportunities is the one that we really don't have a handle on yet. And opportunities are, what is the social and environmental positive externalities that this company can bring to society? So I'll give you one quick example, and Greg is going to talk a lot more about the opportunity side of it. But if we think about DE&I, we know that it's good to have diversity in a boardroom. There's been a ton of studies that show that it's positive both socially and it's positive for both performance of a company. But there's other issues where we're not so sure. So, for example, if you look at disparity between CEO and the rest of the staff, our basic instinct will tell us, like, that doesn't sound good if there's a big disparity in pay. But the reality is, if you're looking just at financial performance, the bigger the disparity, the better the financial performance. So there isn't always a correlation based on what our bias tells us there ought to be and what there is. So that opportunity piece is really, really poorly defined as of now.
Yeah. So we've heard about some of the challenges that exist. I'm curious what you see as some of the potential solutions. How are we identifying some of these challenges? How do you then create the right solutions for them? So we're talking about risk analysis. I think one of the challenges is that right now we have a lot of measurement systems. Most big corporations do sustainability reporting. How reliable is that reporting, right? So how do you start to improve the reliability of data, the transparency of data, the comparability of data, so you can actually begin to understand which company is actually doing better and then identify the opportunities?
Yeah, so the opportunity and the comparability, I think, is one that I really want to point out. So there's something called the impact weighted accounts that was launched by Sir Ronald Cohen, incubated at Harvard, but it's taking kind of a financial perspective to social and environmental impacts and actually valuing those externalities and comparing them with traditional financial statements. So you kind of get a net value across the spectrum of social, environmental, and economic. And that lets you compare different organizations in kind of a holistic sense of the value that they're delivering. And so I think that to me is the future of ESG, where you can better compare, Coke and Pepsi in terms of the net value that they're creating. But I think there's also a unique opportunity from a development perspective, from impact organizations to actually participate in that. So I think impact weighted accounts is something that's I'm really encouraged about, and they've released a lot of new value factors and measures to compare that.
And what's really interesting about that is that it's sort of trying to meet the industry where it is, right? It's saying we're trying to speak the language that you speak. So you're used to doing risk return. People talk about this concept of risk return and impact. This is trying to help people understand that. So could you create a profit and loss statement that not only includes the financial factors, but the actual environmental or social impact of a company? And that's what this is essentially trying to do. And so an easy way to conceptualize that is thinking about carbon pricing, right? So that's a way to price in what an environmental impact could be. So how do you start to think about in creating similar pricing structures in other things, in workplace safety, ensuring that there isn't child labor in a supply chain, for example? So I'm curious what other solutions, Phyllis. I'm curious if there's other things out there. I know you're in a new job now where you're sort of looking to help design solutions on the social piece of things, because there is a lot more data and I think momentum around the environment of ESG.
Yeah, dare I say we're focused on the S here at Climate Week, but we are. There's not been a lot of work done on the social in ESG. And if we look at the rating agencies, the biggies, the MSCIs, the S&P, Sustainalytics, and you look at the correlation of their rating, the correlation amongst those is 0.54 compared to credit rating agencies at something like 0.95. So they don't agree on what are the right factors we should be looking at. There's tons of bias in there. Whereas, if you look at things that you can quantify, it gets the bias out of it. The S is very contextual. It is incredibly qualitative. Unlike the E, it's really easy to measure how much carbon has been removed from the air. And in social, we won't agree on what what the value is to a community by having a company in that community. How do the positive externalities outweigh the negative? I think the impact weighted accounts are a great way to get there because it's going to try to quantify that. I also think, so what we're doing is we're actually building a taxonomy just for the S. So we're looking at what are the factors that are both financially important and also socially important that will help drive alpha. And we are doing this in a way that will enable us to build funds. So let's say we have a client who's really interested in human rights issues. We can put together a fund with companies that are focused, that have a really good supply chain management process. They make sure there's no violations in their human rights violations in their supply chains, et cetera. So I think getting more people involved in the S in trying to take this very qualitative information and turn it into numbers, as maybe crass as that sounds to many of us in the room, that is the only way we're going to get investors to start looking at that and taking it seriously.
Greg, I'm curious your thoughts about sort of verification. I know you guys are doing some interesting work with SAP, for example, to help them sort of quantify and understand their sustainability portfolio and reporting. So I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about that and how the system can sort of work better, and that verification piece, which is really important, because can you trust what the reporting says?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about this with the previous panel: trust, but verify. And so I think verification is becoming increasingly common, relied upon. It's becoming more efficient. You don't have to pay a firm $100,000 to do a verification. And I think from our perspective, we're looking both from the supply side of the marketplace that we're building. So we're building an impact marketplace that measures values and verifies net positive impact in a way that creates a unique digital assets that nonprofits and social enterprise can actually exchange in a marketplace that adds value to corporations, to foundations, and comes with a very specific impact claim that's economically valued, independently verified. And so I think the verification side is building trust and credibility. And so it has to be a part of everything we do. It's not, we're not taking someone's word for it, trust, but verify that. And I think corporations in particular, they don't want to be fined in their annual sustainability reports, and you're seeing increasing cases of that. And so, but they have downward pressure with regulation, upward pressure from stakeholders and consumers to demonstrate how they're making the world a better place. And they're not going to be confident putting that in their annual sustainability report without independent verification and clear measurement of that.
So there's momentum being sort of pushed by the regulation there. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but there's a lot more. And these are issues that I write a lot about at Devex, including in our Devex Invested newsletter. So if you want to hear more sort of about how impact investing in this development finance space is evolving, tune in Tuesdays. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Edva. For our next series of interviews, we're going to be looking at the role of technology and innovation as a partner to global development, kicking off with a conversation on technology and education led by Alan Robbins. So I'll invite Alan to the stage.
After you. Thank you, Kate. And I'm going to turn around now and invite to the stage Vanessa Smith, who is the president of ServiceNow.org, and Jamina Bernard, who is the president and COO of Teach for America. Whichever one you like, one of these three here. Okay. Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us both. It's such a busy week here. There's been so much going on, but one of the things that happened this week was the Summit for the Future. And, I think there's so many things that's about, making the world a better place for generations to come. And I think one way that happens that we can all really sympathize with and support is through better education. So that's what we're doing here today. I think that there's probably mixed news on this. None of the SDG 4 indicators, or as a whole, they're not doing so hot. But there's probably some good things to come around. So I want to ask you, Jamina, can you start just by giving a sense of the state of sort of education and global education in the U.S. and abroad?
Sure. So thanks for the question. Thanks for the opportunity. And I'll largely focus on the US since I'm Teach for America, but Teach for America is part of the global Teach for All network, of which there are over 60 member countries. So much of what we experience and talk about here at Teach for America is true for many of our member countries across the world. And so, I mean, the headline is the macro challenge that we are all working towards hasn't changed, right? So talent and potential are equally distributed across every child, in every community, in every part of the world. But opportunity is not, right? Far too much, it is just the truth that the opportunity to attain an excellent education is really driven by the zip code that one is born into, the income that one's family is making, and or their racial background, right? And so I'm going to say a little bit more about challenges, but I do want to say to your point, we believe at Teach for America and Teach for All, this is a solvable problem, right? So we are incredibly hopeful and optimistic that this is a solvable problem. So as you might imagine and probably have read, the global pandemic really exacerbated all of that, right? And so we're talking about, we are still working incredibly hard to have our students who are growing up in low-income communities throughout the country recover from devastating learning loss. Kids are not coming back to school in the kinds of numbers that they were, right? So chronic absenteeism. Educators are increasingly burnt out. The ability to attract people into the educator workforce is incredibly challenging. That said, we at Teach for America are seeing real upside on that front, and we are actually coming off of our second year of growth in terms of recruiting people into the teacher force in particular. And so now to the solvability of the problem, if you will. At the end of the day, we believe there is no silver bullet, no singular solution. But as is the case in every industry, right, it takes extraordinary leadership, right, to get in the arena, to work towards really understanding the root causes of these problems, and then putting their talent and putting their entrepreneurialism behind solving the problem, right? And so that is what our bread and butter is at Teach for America and Teach for All, frankly, right? And so we are in the business of, and now at Teach for America, nearly 35 years, we're in the business of recruiting, developing, and supporting largely young people right out of college to devote at least 2 years to teaching in low-income communities throughout the country and Teach for All throughout the world. And it is through that experience that they get in the arena, they better understand the root causes of the problems and the challenges facing their students and their communities, and they fall in love. They fall in love with their students and communities and end up working towards solving this issue by staying in education long-term and moving into other sectors, which we believe is what ultimately it takes to turn the tide.
And I think that point about zip codes is so important because even in the U.S., it just matters where you live, and that matters what school you're in. And so when we're talking about the SDGs, we often think of like, oh, there's the rest of the world and the U.S., but it is all very, very much connected. And Vanessa, let me move to you for a second. So ServiceNow.org, and thank you very much for your partnership on this event, by the way. ServiceNow.org works with Teach for America and then also works with other nonprofits around the world to help them in their work. Can you describe a bit about what you do?
First, thank you for having us today. I have the incredible privilege of my personal passion and my work life coming together. At ServiceNow, we're a workflow automation company, a technology provider for Fortune 500 companies down to mid-sized businesses. And about 18 months ago, we formed the ServiceNow.org division specifically to bring our technology platform to nonprofits like Teach for America at scale. At the same time, I work with Jamina as the board chair for Teach for America in the city of Philadelphia. When we formed ServiceNow.org, our whole premise was that the not-for-profit NGO community deserves the same level of digital transformation as the for-profit Fortune 500 company has enjoyed for the last several decades. And as you can imagine, even the for-profit world, as they've adopted this technology, there's still a gap in terms of realizing the benefits from digital transformation. When you bring that to the nonprofit world, the impact is huge if you don't get it right. So we formed this team where ServiceNow is bringing our platform to connect disconnected people, processes, data, so that nonprofits can serve and address their missions faster, more effectively, and more efficiently through technology, and especially emerging technologies like AI.
I think there's a pitch there where if you are an NGO that's in need of some useful tools, I'll do the pitch for you. Reach out to Vanessa. I'm going to actually tease slightly a session that we're holding in a few minutes about AI for the SDGs. But one of the things that we found, we did some research on this. One of the things we found is that education is one of the SDGs that people think can be most positively impacted by AI. Are there examples about? I'll go back to you, Vanessa. Examples of technology or AI. I mean, it could be any other technologies where you see it's particularly helped on the education space.
Well, one thing I'll just put out there, because people think this first when they think about technology and AI and when it comes to kids, there's the peril and the promise of technology. And I truly believe, especially when we're thinking about students and young learners, they're steps ahead of the folks of us in the workplace on their digital literacy, et cetera. So we need to think about the promise of technology and AI for good for both kids as well as for teachers like the community that Teach for America serves. So one quick example, I'll give a global example of how digital transformation and AI is being used across the globe in the education field is we're working with a very small profit based in Nairobi called Dignitas. Dignitas brings teachers who get certified and get into the classroom together for training and certification so they can do their jobs better. Once they leave this 8-month program, they're all going out to, in some cases, the big city, but in other cases, remote villages and what they self-proclaim slums to teach students there. And they have no way to stay connected to each other. So using our platform, we built a way for them to communicate best practices with each other on everything from student behavior issues to lesson plans, et cetera. So we're creating this online community, which is really great. The last thing I'll say about it, because I know many of you have a global remit, is that what we found operating in Kenya, our system required you setting up a username and password with an email address. And guess what folks in Kenya don't usually use, especially teachers, are email addresses. They SMS text everything. So it really helped us rethink our platform and how we reach every corner of the world by using SMS text as a way to communicate and interact and log into the platform versus the traditional kind of username password. And we're having some great initial results of creating that alumni community from this Dignitas program.
Or WhatsApp. Everyone seems to be using WhatsApp too. Jamina, do you have any thoughts about sort of the future, so where you see technology going and helping in your work and bringing better education outcomes?
Yeah, I'll just quickly build off of what Vanessa was just saying. So we have a reinvention lab at Teach for America that helps us actually stay attuned to being on the forefront and not just focusing on the here and now, right? And so one of the things that they have focused on is actually developing courses to help both our incoming teachers, the novice teachers, as well as we run these AI hackathons for educators all across the country to really help them better understand the ethical use of AI, as well as, frankly, get in there and play with the tools in order to build tools off of AI systems in order to solve real world problems in their classrooms, in their schools, and in their communities. So we have done that now for over 2,000 incoming first-year teachers that are teaching right now, and for over 3,000 educators across the country and growing. So really helping to make sure it's about the AI literacy and the dexterity, not just knowing about it, but how do you use it to actually help you be a better and more effective teacher in the classroom? And frankly, how do you apply it with your students to help them upskill and be able to be prepared for the jobs of the future and be on the path for economic mobility?
Well, I'm afraid we're out of time. But I, and I'm sure we all, and our children and our children's children, all very much appreciate the work that you do. So please join me in thanking Vanessa and Jamina.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Hi again, everyone. If you've joined us more recently, I'm Catherine Cheney, Senior Editor for Special Coverage at Devex. And I'm joined by Uyi Stewart, who is the Chief Data and Technology Officer at data.org. Uyi, thank you so much for joining us. So we talk a lot and we report a lot at Devex on AI systems and their potential to transform global development. But some really problematic hurdles we have to overcome first, perhaps the most problematic being biased data collection. And in this conversation, I want to quickly hear from you about that problem and tease it out, but also talk about the responses to that problem. You're doing this work at data.org. Previously, you've worked for groups like IBM and the Gates Foundation on these challenges. But first, since we all have probably a different understanding of the problem, let's get on the same page. You have said that the main thing holding low-income countries back from taking advantage of this AI wave is the lack of digitization. So can you expand on this and also what can be done about it?
Absolutely. And thank you, Catherine, and for having me here. There are more than 7,000 languages in the world. And the whole phenomenon about AI or what, associated with LLMs is being powered and driven by two languages. So think about
English and Mandarin.
English and Mandarin. So from the outset, there is an inequity that is happening. But the better question is why? Well, because this technology is data hungry. And the developers of this technology, therefore, are voracious and looking for where to get the most available data. Well, the most available data is on the internet. And right away, we get a new form of digital divide. That languages that are available on the internet are now called high resource languages. And languages that are not available on the internet are called low resource languages. And the barrier is that the so-called low resource languages are not digitized because they are not on the internet. And that's the asymmetry that we have.
Now, while it's obvious to you, for those who are less plugged into this work on AI, what are the consequences of that?
It's dire. Actually, let me first speak to the technologists in the room. Because this is not spoken about enough, that LLMs and foundational models will continue to hallucinate. Why? Because developers of this technology have skipped an important step that requires local contribution. What does that mean? Let me just quickly give you a generative analogy. In human language acquisition, a child comes into the environment with innate predisposition to acquire a language. So there is a language base, a knowledge base for child language acquisition. In model development, we call that corpora. You have to develop the corpora. But in the race to acquire data, guess what? We're just going onto the internet, collecting the data and building models and skipping a very important part, which is the corpora development. But here's the catch. Corpora development cannot be developed in New York to work in Lagos, Nigeria, because it has to be localized. It has to be done by the citizens, by those who understand the language, the culture, the beliefs. And that's missing right now. And that's doing harm to the development of foundational and LLM models.
So you mentioned it has to be localized, and I want to narrow in on that for a second. So at data.org, you talk a lot about the need to lead with localism.
Yep.
And you've said we need to localize data,
yep.
localize language,
yep.
localize capacity.
Yep.
So can you expand on this? And while I understand the need, talk about how. How do we do that?
Yes. First, the how is the easy things are the most complex ones out there. We have to reimagine how we do data collection. Mm-hmm. Right now, just for historical reasons, we collect data based on textual availability. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the languages in Africa and in Asia are oral languages. They are people who speak their languages and are functionally literate in their languages. But these are not digitized. So the first thing we need to do as a community is to reimagine data collection to start to include speech, orality. That's missing right now. And when you have that, actually, there are lots of experiments that show that text data misses out on acoustic correlates of emotion. And so whatever models you build are still going to be flat. Yeah. And so at data.org, what we're doing is, in the spirit of localism, is to co-design and co-create with a local community. And there are three components of the local community we work with. One, universities. I think they've been left out, especially in the low middle income countries, in this rat race to the development of AI. They still remain the veritable institution for innovation, but it's just because of infrastructure and cost reasons they are not in it. What we do is to bring them into our ecosystem and then unite them with where innovation is happening. Where innovation is happening, especially in Africa, is in innovation hubs. Those little hubs, Data Science Nigeria, Co-Creation Hub, that's where AI is happening. And university is on its own. So we bring them into our ecosystem, we unite them with the AI hubs, and then it's important to bring in government. You need trust. Government brings in the people. That's how we work. That's the ecosystem that we're uniting and bringing together. One more thing. And then we create curriculum. See, it's important that it's not just to create an ecosystem, it's to have a means for the democratization of access and ability to do this over and over again in order to achieve scale.
So you mentioned working with governments. I know that data.org is working with Nigeria on specialized large language models. So can you paint that picture for us? What does that look like? And what do you both bring to the table?
It's exactly what I just said a few minutes ago. So our insistence is on the linguistic corpora development. So the government has already brought in expertise that is already doing model development. And, it's a rat race and everyone is trying to build his own LLMs, which is great. But we know that the critical first step really is to build out that linguistic corpora. Two things can be right up at the same time. And that's what we are learning. Build out these LLMs based on available data, do what you do, but we will now build capacity to create this linguistic corpora that makes the LLMs robust so that, and here's the catch, so LLMs will hallucinate if you do not have a linguistic corpora. Like I said, that's how humans learn language. Let me give you a quick analogy. When a child is learning a language and they make an error, mom is going to say, no, you say this. Child's going to say, forget you. Right? It's not what mom says because there is a grammar, there's an underlying corpora that a child works with. It's natural. We're missing that in our development process. And what's happening is that LLMs will hallucinate if there isn't that foundational corpora that is created. And that's what we're doing, building out the A to Z steps of how you build out corpora, training citizens in the community because they know the language, they know the culture, they know the beliefs to encode that into the digitization process.
So in the start of this conversation, you mentioned that if we don't take this kind of action, we will end up in a world in which the languages in large language models and the languages that are the basis of AI will be English and Mandarin.
That's right.
So in terms of what more is needed, there's the work that data.org is doing, but what more is needed? You have called for a global coalition to digitize languages and build local capacity, which is another key thing, to ensure that AI serves the global majority. You've called for this. We only have about a minute left here. How's it going? What's happening? And any call to action for this group?
Breaking news. Yes. So tomorrow, through the generous support of MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, at 8:15 a.m., we're launching this global coalition. And so we have colleagues and parts of the ecosystem from Africa, from India. Manu is not in the room, but we have this coalition kicking off tomorrow. It's going to take a whole army to have this done. There are 7,000 languages. Multiply that by 10 in terms of dialectal variation. And so what we need to do in order to make this possible is to build out this coalition. And our role is to create the playbook, the step-by-step process of making this happen, we put it in the hands of this coalition and then set them loose. One more thing.
Sure.
We know that one of the 7 innovations that has changed the world is the printing press. It is not so much the printing press itself, it's what it was able to do, that it democratized access to knowledge. And out of that spawned commerce and so on and so forth. That's the model we're trying to replicate here. And that's what we're calling for this global coalition around digitization so that we can get to the next wave of our evolution.
Well, we always love to break a little news on stage here at Devex. So thank you, Uyi, for outlining the stakes and for your work on this. And we're excited to follow this coalition. Please join me in thanking Uyi.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you. And with that, I'll hand it back to my colleague, Alan Robbins, to continue the conversation on AI.
All right. Well, thank you, Catherine. And I would like to introduce to the stage Jay Prasad from EY. Jay, welcome. So I guess we're breaking news. Oh, sorry. Let me go. Oh, that's fine. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. We're breaking news in a little bit of a different way because Devex and EY, we joined together to do some research on AI and the SDGs over the past months. And we just launched a new report last week about this. And what we looked at is we actually did a survey of the Devex audience. And it was a survey of more than 1,000 kind of folks in the audience who are development professionals. So these are people working on the SDGs every day. And we sort of came into it from the approach of rather than looking at it from the what I call the supply side, which is there's a lot of great information about AI for good from technology companies and other things. We looked at it from more the demand side, which is what do folks working on the SDGs every day, what do they need or what do they want AI to do for them? So we looked at that and launched the report, and so there are 5 key findings from this report. I'll say them quickly. This is a great report. I encourage you all to read it on your way back, plane, train, subway, whatever it might be. But there's 5 key findings. One is connectivity and accessibility. Second is foster local ownership. Third is build confidence, trust, and transparency. Fourth is cultivating a strong enabling environment. And 5 is creating alliance and forming strategic collaborations. A lot more within those 5 findings, but those are sort of the top 5 main learnings. Jay, I want to ask you, what was it about EY's, why was EY interested in this topic, and why was EY particularly interested in AI for good?
Well, Alan, thank you. And thanks everybody for having me here today. I was just reflecting on your picture right there, Alan.
I know I look a lot younger there, and I was.
It does call your attention. It's great to be here. It's good to see you. And we do have a wonderful collaboration. And I was lucky enough to participate in some of the work with you and some of the meetings we did. So we're very interested in this because let me go back about 1.5 years, and I'll talk a little bit about how we approached AI. And so once the ChatGPT happened and we all started using it, and then every organization in the world figured out pretty quickly that it was going to have far-reaching impacts. So we said, we need to do something. We need to do something quickly. So we set up a program. We said, look, it's going to impact our firm, it's going to impact our clients, and it will impact the world, the community we live in. So we set up teams for each one of them. And then within that third pillar, we said, we have a responsibility to make sure that this is done properly. So while businesses will move quickly and try to get to profit as quickly as possible, the last speaker made a good point, right? If you move fast without bringing everybody along, you're going to have problems. And so on his point about language models being inclusive, you can get to results quickly with English, with Mandarin, because you have lots of capital. But it's really important, and it is starting to happen, that we do those in multiple languages because of the culture of each of those peoples. And so we figured we have a voice, and we have to use that voice, Alan, and that's why we collaborated with you and with other organizations to come up with some data that we can then focus efforts in a more balanced way.
Mm-hmm. Are there any of those 5 findings I mentioned, those top-level findings, that you find particularly interesting in your work or just personal interest?
Well, they're all important, but maybe I can call out, I think it was the last one.
Alliances and
Yeah,
strategic
and
collaboration.
partnerships. And that's particularly important because this is so far reaching and complex that we do have to work together. So public private, obviously we need to do that. And that's never an easy thing, especially something as important as this. But then within those groups, you have to have a diversity of experiences, because if you really think about technologies, and this particular one, which is as important as the internet, as people like to say, and it is, it will transform every organization and eventually society. And so what you have to have at the table are people who understand how things work, well beyond the technology. You have to have people at the table who understand how to manage change. What are we going to do with all the people who have freed up their time? Because that is what's going to happen, right? And what's the future look like, and how do we as leaders paint a future where everybody participates? So look, no single individual and certainly no single organization knows the answer. But I think if we collaborate the way that finding suggests, we have a better shot at getting this right.
And I also want to note there was a lot of good information, I mean positive information coming out from this report about AI, but it wasn't all positive. One of the things we measured is which SDGs might be most positively affected by AI or most affected. And I mentioned in the previous panel, education, for example, SDG 4 was one of the ones that was cited as being most positively affected. But the reducing inequalities, there was a lot of concern about that. The AI can actually exacerbate inequalities. What do you think about that? Do you think that do you think that we can, what can we do to strive to make sure that we don't exacerbate inequalities using AI?
Well, I like to think I'm an optimist. So on your first point about how it could actually help. So there are studies out there. There are many of them right now, and people are talking about this, that what we're seeing with AI is that it kind of helps the non-experts. Or if you want to talk performance, people who are not sort of the shining stars, it makes the others, it takes them up to that level. If you take traditional education, it's a rote process where you memorize and you get things done. AI can do a lot of that if you missed some of the formational processes. So there's good there, right? Because it can help you to catch up, whether it's within this country or others that may not be as developed as this one. At the same time, when you train the models, and if the training information is biased or it has issues with it that threaten fairness, you're going to come up with bad results, right? And I think that's what people are mostly worried about. So if you look at the websites of all major organizations, you'll see principles of responsible AI principles, fair AI principles, whatever they are, and they're all kind of the same, right? We have them, you have them, everybody has them. But I think what's important to think about is, in your organization, how much are you investing in that? Because if you invest in those principles and you're testing as you go, you will go slower, right? Because it's going to take more time. If you're going to reduce hallucinations, as he talked about, you got to go slow. You got to test things out. So I think you have to be careful, those of us that are working on this, to take the time. We don't have to get there tomorrow. We will get there, but I think you have to invest time, effort, resources in making sure those principles that we all say we like and want are applied.
Well, it's interesting. I think that first point, which is prioritizing connectivity and accessibility, one of the findings is not just about the world connecting with AI or people connecting with technology and AI. It's about making sure that the technology can include the people. Yes. Right. And it goes both ways on that.
It does. And there will be bumps in this road. I think this road is long. I say we've ended the experimentation phase a little bit, at least in this part of the world, in the last year and a half. I think people are now realizing that it takes work, right, to get this right. So the fact that we're having this discussion, I was in another talk this morning where a similar discussion was happening. I think it's a good thing because people are focused on it, and over time it will go both ways. It will, optimistically speaking. But the foot's got to stay on the gas on the responsibility side.
Well, we always like the optimism. So, Jay, thank you for joining us today, and thank you for this partnership. We really appreciate it, and please join me in giving him thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello. Okay, well, thanks for hanging in there today, and it's good to see everybody. And we're going to, I had a conversation earlier about the Future Summit, and a key piece of the Future Summit was the negotiation over a global digital compact, which is essentially designed to set the rules of the road for governance of AI, issues of dealing with how to manage changes in digital communications, and to sort of bring governments into sort of greater cooperation over this. So we have two terrific guests here. We have Renata Duan, who is from the UN. She is the special advisor to the UN Tech Envoy, and we have Fernando Marani from the expert on inclusion at New York University Center of International Cooperation. So why don't I begin, Renata? You've just, congratulations. It's been a long plotting effort, and you got the agreement through. So, I've been following this for a while, but you get lost in terms of the original vision and how it's finally kind of come out. So why don't you give us a sense of what you think's important? What are the sort of key things you think are worth knowing in terms of what this compact produces? So why don't I give you the floor?
So it's great to be with you all. Thanks, Colin. And hello to everyone. I can't believe 1 week later you still have the energy to be discussing the compact. So fair dues to you. So the Global Digital Compact, Colin said rules of the road. I see it in a slightly different way. I see it as the first comprehensive global agreement for digital cooperation. And that is, by comprehensive, I mean a roadmap, a framework that goes right from the right to access to connectivity for the 2.6 billion people still unconnected, right up to how do we think about cooperating and governing, for what ends and for what purposes, data and AI governance and emerging technologies. So it is a holistic framework. We've had other agreements. We have resolutions on human rights and digital technologies. We have the World Summit on Information Society around the internet and information access. But this in 2024 really tries to say the digital agenda is front and center of geopolitics, geoeconomics, multilateralism. What is a comprehensive agenda to address that? I point out to two other things that I think are worth interesting. It's really about, at the heart, less about how governments work together and really about nudging digital technologies in the public interest. We've seen the experience of 20 years of the internet, where there was very much a hands-off approach. And those of you who were present at the creation of the World Summit on Information Society, strong language that would be almost impossible now to have agreement about, that governments should take a hands-off approach. And we've seen some of the challenges that has presented for our societies. 300 million children a year reportedly suffering from child abuse online. Over 2/3 of women in Africa still unconnected to the internet. So we are seeing that we need to nudge digital technologies and the digital agenda in the public interest, and governments need to nudge it in that direction. Third, I would say it's innovative in that it's multi-stakeholder, and that has been one of the most significant tensions in the discussion, as to it very much asserts a strong role for the technical community, civil society, all stakeholders, private sector in digital cooperation going forward. And that will be one of the areas to be seen to explore. And fourth, I think it sets forth an agenda for AI governance. You've highlighted that. But I did want to come to keep us reminding that the AI debate right now is turning us back to older problems. The AI debate's an energy debate. The AI debate is a connectivity debate. The AI debate is a literacy and skills debate. So I think that's important to bring into the picture.
Right. Maybe we can talk a little bit. I mean, if people were following the debate over the last couple of weeks, there was an effort by Russia to hold up consensus not only on the Future Pact but also on this document. And the deputy foreign minister, after the decision was taken, made it clear that Russia would not accept this agreement to be reflected in future UN documents, that without sort of additional painstaking, he used the word painstaking negotiations. So, you need money to sort of underwrite some of this stuff. That has to be signed off in the UN budget committees. Like, how difficult is the next step implementation of this going to be? Do you want to start with Fernando a bit? And
Sure, and thank you for having me, and thank you for giving me the difficult one.
Yeah.
But maybe from my civil society hat, I can answer some of those issues easily, or easier at least. But also, yes, just to say that congratulations to Renata and all the people who was logged for hours on those negotiations. In my previous life, I used to be a diplomat. I know how many hours we spend in a room to try to get out of those documents. And this demonstrates the commitment of the governments and the UN to actually have a meaningful outcome. I also have to say that I was part of the UN when this discussion started like 3 years ago. It was part of the result of the common agenda document of the Secretary General, and at that time there was a lot of appetite on government to discuss this in New York, but there was not enough knowledge. And something I will never forget, I was sitting behind the President of the General Assembly having this discussion about the Global Digital Compact, and you will hear a lot of voices from the government say, yes, we would like to see this, but we don't know if New York is the place. We don't know if we have the capacity to discuss these issues. But behind them, on top of the balcony, there was all these private companies saying, please let's have this discussion. We need to have a platform global where we can discuss the issue of standards. As you can see, 2 years later, we have an outcome. The situation on the need of global governance about digital still is an issue. We can refer to Brazil, for example. I think that there are so many challenges that government are facing. So this possibility to have a platform that brings together the companies, the private sector, the civil society, governments, and the UN with their expertise to solve or to try to solve some of these big challenges is really important. How is going to be this implemented? That's going to be a joint task. This is not the first time that a government say, I don't like this document, I disassociate from this document. Just to let you know, a few years ago in 2016, 2017, it was the US very strongly every time that the issue of Agenda 2030 was raised in a meeting, they would say we will disassociate from Agenda 2030 and read like a 20-minute disclaimer. Still, the UN went ahead. Still, the budget was going ahead. There was funds to implement the agenda. And nowadays, the US is one of the bigger cheerleaders of the Agenda 2030. So let's see where is Russia in a few years. Maybe Russia is cheering in a few years to have the Global Digital Compact as the platform to bring global governance to digital issues. Just to say that coming from a country from the global south, I think this is a huge win for countries, especially small countries that don't have the ability to follow the plus 30 forum around the world that deal with digital issues. Now they will have a place where they can come and they will have a sense of which are the new challenges, where are the issues that they need to address, and how to work together. So, let's see what happened with Russia.
So one thing I wanted to ask is the whole question of trust. I mean, to me, it seems like there's this sort of cloud of mistrust sort of in a way affecting the entire discussion going through. You had the sort of tech community very suspicious of a state-centric negotiation, a feeling that this is an industry that has sort of developed from the ground up, and that there's a lot of distrust in government running it. You'd have governments like Pakistan, Russia, China very uncomfortable about having what they call the multi-stakeholder model with outside tech people, academics, private sector, brought into the building and being more deeply involved in the conversation about how the future is going to kind of evolve. So I'm just sort of curious, is that something that now is resolved? I know that the compact asked for civil society to express support for it. I had the feeling talking to some groups that they are not ready to do that, feel they weren't deeply involved enough in the negotiations. But maybe if you can, Renan, if you can address this whole issue about trust.
Sure. Trust is at the core of the GDC, which is one of its driving issues. how can we trust and use digital technology safely, and how can we use them in ways that benefits are more equally aligned across societies and within societies than they are today. I mean, let's take a step back first. The compact was developed over 18 months of consultations. The last 3 of those were intergovernmental, but 18 months of them were multi-stakeholder. Any actor, from an individual to an agency to an organization to a company, was open, was able to provide written comments, comment on the structure, comment on the text. So was it perfect? No. What I felt was upsetting for a lot of the multi-stakeholders in that process was, we have these consultations, but where are the member states listening to us? And as the UN, we can facilitate those stakeholder consultations, but we cannot, sadly, enforce member states to engage with multi-stakeholders. But I'll just give you one example. The child safety. When that the compact started negotiations, the child safety wasn't heavy in the text. There was absolutely no reference to mental health. It was lobbying from civil society that brought in the child safety and the mental health aspects and language in that argument. So there, I think there's an example of civil society actors having a voice in shaping the pact. But yeah, Colm, it's true. I mean, it's a bit like me saying to you, what about after the elections in November this year? Will there be trust in your society here? Yeah. You're not going to have trust after a compact. There's bruises.
Right.
There's going to be bruises. And the polarization that's reflected in those negotiations is going to be continued and played on. But I think at the same time, there is a sense of momentum from many stakeholders that this is a scope to go forward. This gives us something that looks at the asymmetries in power, capital, income, and information around digital technology, as well as benefits. And if we don't start that journey somewhere, we're never going to even address those asymmetries of power. And so that's, I think, the step on the way forward. In terms of Russia, China, and those countries, let me just say that one thing that I found interesting in the multi-stakeholder debate, there are a set of countries that feel very strongly that the role of the United Nations is for states, by states, and without the inclusion of others. That is a minority view. But there is a debate in the UN about what does multi-stakeholder look like. And you're part of that discussion, many of you. And for some stakeholders, and particularly from the global majority, sometimes multi-stakeholder to them feels like Western-dominated American, Anglo-Saxon, English voices. And so it's less the principle of multi-stakeholder than how it is conducted. Where is it in my local language? How is it accessible to lower income countries? How is it dominated by American or big tech companies? Where is my small business trade associations? Where's the SMEs in it? So I think the challenge for us in a GDC going forward is, how does that get translated beyond the halls of New York into processes and practices that are genuinely participatory and genuinely addressing the needs and priorities of actors? And that raises a question that I think is new for all of us. So it does feel to me with the pact, we're in a new area, which is we don't know how to do distributed governance very well. We know pretty well how to do top-down structures, but how we do that sort of facilitation of others leading in the way where it's not the UN front and center or the government's front and center will, I think, be the challenge.
You know, I'm curious about how this agreement balances the whole issue of preserving freedom of expression, a kind of freewheeling internet, but with also kind of addressing some of the more negative consequences of its explosion, harassment of people, hate crimes, all sorts of awful things that happen. I know there's language in it about trying to dissuade governments from imposing internet blackouts, but at the same time, how do they strike the balance between maintaining what's so many people love about it, but also to address these issues which make life quite awful?
So I think that we live in a world now that the third of our time we are online. So if we are not afraid of having rules and laws in our offline life, what are we afraid to have rules and law on our online life? I think that's why we created, I'm a lawyer originally, that's why we created rules, back in the ancient times to regulate our interpersonal relations in a way that we are not damaging and we are respecting each other's and we respect the boundaries of the law. And so I think that maybe 20 years ago it makes sense to have an internet that was totally free. But now I think that we see the damages that some of the lack of regulations online are creating, especially with vulnerable populations, with young people, with teenagers, that we cannot just keep on doing like a blind eye and say, well, that's not a problem, and the principle of freedom overruns any other requirement to have a regulation. I just think like what we need is good law, and we need good regulations. We need to have regulations that reflect the needs and the realities of everyone around the world, not only in the US or Europe or Russia or China. So, and for that, we need people sitting on the table and designing a global governance that suits those different realities. I come from the inequality world, and just to give you an example, recently I was in Egypt for the Inequality Arab Forum, and they love saying we're the most inequal region in the world, so we need A, B, C, D. And I come from Latin America. We tend to say all the time we're the more unequal region in the world because A, B, C, D. And the reality is both regions are really suffer in inequality, but the solution that have to be designed and applied to tackle are totally different. So we cannot expect that the solution that will work in Latin America will be working in the Arab world. Offline, but also online. And so I think that that's what I see a great opportunity now to design good governance, to design good rules, but not to be afraid of having it. It's like, because there is a chance that someone will abuse a rule, because there is a chance that someone will abuse a law, it's not a big risk. It's a challenge that we should take if we benefit from all the other thousands of times that the rule is respected.
Right. Well, thank you very much. I actually have more questions, but I think we've run out of time, so we're going to have to wrap it up. But thanks everybody for listening, and thanks Renato, Fernando, for joining us. I appreciate it. All right, take care. And now I think Kate is coming back in to take over. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you, Colin. So for our next couple of exciting interviews, we're going to be looking at partnerships in the humanitarian sector. So I would like to welcome to the stage our Devex President and Editor-in-Chief, Raj Kumar, and the Chobani founder and CEO, Hamdi Ulukaya. Thank you.
Okay, great to be back with all of you, and really excited to be with Hamdi, who I don't think needs much introduction for this audience in person and all of you following us online. But, you know, I know a little something about social impact organizations. I've actually written about this topic. I've studied this. I think arguably Chobani is the largest social enterprise in the world. Now, a lot of this depends on how you define a social enterprise. It's a business. You're the largest yogurt company in this country. You're the fastest growing food and beverage company in this country. So you can say, well, is that really a social enterprise? But from the start, you have had this idea of food as a force for good, and you've embedded it in the business. So I like to make that case. I think you're there.
Yeah, thank you. So good to join you. It's an honor to be with you all. I don't brag about the business, but let me tell you something. The case I'm trying to do is if you're good with humanity, if you're good with your consumer, if you're good with your people, and if you use the business for what you care and passionate about is to move humanity forward, with environment forward, that's an enormous engine for success of business. Yeah. So for that, to make the case, use the Chobani as an example of saying, I don't come from a business perspective. I never studied business. I am a farmer, nomad. I never went to school for business.
You were a shepherd, right?
I'm a shepherd, yeah. I never worked anywhere. I never knew anyone who studied business. And Chobani started in the ashes of a factory that has been owned by a large corporation for 70, 80 years before, then they closed it. And I started with 4 factory workers in upstate New York in a small town. Now, when I started, I said, well, growing up, assuming that a lot of us here had a big question mark on business, I grew up hating it. So I never see myself being in business. So I have two dimensions. One is, how do I start something that I don't become someone growing up hating? The second one's how do I operate this place is not as the same as the people who closed it after 7 years. So those are the two things. It's a simple thing. Today, Chobani is, close to 3 billion in sales. During the pandemic, we did not do any price other than covering the inflation, and we reduced the price actually in some of this. I've been completely against it. I think food and beverage companies has gone really mad, taking advantage of time to go above and beyond on the pricing that ordinary people got hurt. But the latest number I had is we are the 27th food and beverage company in the country, and we are number one growth contributor. So if you think about all the food and beverage company in the country, we add more volume and dollar sales growth in retail than any other company. And I say, how is that possible? You're talking about big companies you can think of. And we don't know any other way of operating, Raj. We just don't know any other way of operating. And we have no foundation. Like Chobani has no foundation. I have a tent that's a personal.
Tent.org, you guys all should know it. I think you do.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is you are in the right path. If you're in the business world, if you meaningfully turn your organization that I want to make a change in society, one dimension to another, is one of the most powerful way of making business successful as well.
Let's talk for a second about this new product you launched. I think it's emblematic of this ethos that you have in the business, which is Super Milk. And, there's a lot of people in the audience who are in the humanitarian community. They know how challenging it is to find the right kind of products that you can deliver in a humanitarian setting that have the right nutrition profile, but can be shelf stable, that don't require refrigeration. What is this product that you created?
So we make yogurt. Our products are mostly refrigerated. And since from day one, we wanted to participate in any relief effort, child hunger, families with our products. And they keep coming back and say, Hamdi, it's refrigerated. Often people don't have warehouses that has refrigeration. And when you distribute food in a tough times, the last thing you want is where is the refrigeration, right? It's a very fragile product. And then last year, one of my colleagues came and says, we have a really tough time meeting people's nutrition needs. And I immediately, in that table with Becca, with my colleague, I said, what if we do a milk, shelf-stable milk? And we designed, and I get the scientists, everybody involved. So we concentrate the milk, which is a known technology, it's filtration. Everybody does it. We filter the milk. If you think about it, 90% of the milk is water, 88%, 90%. So if we remove the water with filtration, technical thing, we use an enzyme, which is very innovative, to convert the sugar into very high-quality fiber called GUS. With that, we reduce the sugar almost half, and we make it lactose-free. So it became a super milk. It was like, with this, you can have twice more protein, 50% less sugar, and high-quality fiber, excellent source of high-quality fiber. And then we use the ultra heat treatment technology to make it shelf-stable through Tetra Pak, and you have yourself a food. And then we went to Red Cross. He said, what about that? And then we distribute all across the country. Now it's warehoused everywhere. And then we're going into the food banks and all that kind of stuff. And then finally, we got so much request from everybody. We says, okay, we're going to make this available, open. We patent it, but we open it for everyone who wants to use it around the world to use it for disaster.
So if anybody's here listening who's from a humanitarian organization, if you're looking for an alternative, the patent is something you'll open up, and you're open to the idea of helping with localized manufacturing, depending on where it's relevant around the world.
Exactly. And we didn't launch this commercially. First, we launched it with Red Cross for impact first. But my point is, if we try to use what we have, sometimes doesn't fit the need of the people, right? And if you have a hunger, if you have storm, and if you need people to have access to nutrition food, our yogurt wouldn't work. So often the companies will say, well, I'm not going to use my innovative engineering and or capex to do something that I don't commercially use. But what you do is if you use it, even now, the stores are coming to me and says, "Can you launch this with us, commercially?" I said, "No," but 90% of the time, this type of works will end up being helpful and commercially as
Right.
well.
You don't have a separate philanthropy. You have your personal philanthropy, tent.org, but you don't have a Chobani philanthropy.
No.
Because you're integrating the mission into the business.
Exactly.
But, there's a lot of backlash to that idea, right? I mean, think of all the anti-ESG backlash that's out there now. I know you've thought about taking the company public. You ultimately decided to pull back. How do you think about retaining the mission-driven nature of Chobani as you grow, maybe becoming a public company at some point? How do you do that in an era when there's a lot of pushback to that basic idea?
Raj, you and I, we talked about this earlier. If you keep impact in the center of what you do in your business, 99.9% of the time, it's good for your business. It make you faster, innovator, more profitable, you name it. Every study will show you that. But if you do it, what do you call it, half-ass?
You could say that here.
Is it like check the box type of things? You have no impact on your business, and you have no impact on the other side. And then the first thing get attacked is that. So like in Chobani case, for example, if we try to do our operation any other way, if I run the company any other way, I will be a fraction of the success I have at Chobani today. So we don't know to operate any other ways. And there are a lot of companies like that. So my suggestion is if you are in that dimension, so good. If you're not, you really meaningfully have to make the changes in your organization. So you are not half that. You're really mean to. It's better to be this or this, nothing in between.
Right. You can be a pure business, but at least if you're going to do it, you got to be real.
Do it right. Yeah.
Listen, I want to ask you also about the other area where I think you're a real leader in this country. And in fact, in a moment, we're going to have my friend America Ferrera on stage, who's also a real leader on these issues.
Oh my God, Emmy is here. Oh, you guys have to get to know Emmy and all the other guests. Oh my God, I was just with her yesterday. We were in Mexico together the other day. She is one of my favorite people in the world.
Because you speak so eloquently about migration, right?
You didn't say I was coming before Emmy.
She's
some heavy hitters here.
She's feeling the same way. You're a tough act to follow. But we are living in a moment when the narrative around migration is pretty toxic, right? You know what's happening in Springfield, Ohio, in this country, but this is global. This is all over the world. Migration is being used, as a scapegoat issue, and it's driving politics in a really nasty way around the world. How do you feel about this, given the leadership and your own personal life story?
It hurts. The part that I get reacted in 2016, I believe, when I started Chobani and then hired everybody back from the company that fired everybody. I got them all back. And then I hit a town called Utica, and they said there are a lot of people settled in Utica. They have a hard time finding jobs. They're refugees. So I went to a refugee center in Utica, and I talked to this amazing woman who runs the place. And she said, yeah, these are legally settled refugees. They have right to work. The issues are they don't speak the language. They don't speak English. They don't have cars or driver license. And they don't have the training, the jobs that are around here. And then above that, there is the stigma, right? People don't want to touch. I said, well, we hire everybody. Let's get them. We get buses and cars. We can get translators in the factory. We can trade them in there. And then by the time in 2016, we had 30% of our employees were all refugees and immigrants from 16 different languages spoken. And thank you. And then politics started, and a lot of stuff being said. And I finally brought one of the news agency into my factory. Says, "What's the problem? We are all, we're all making yogurt, shoulder to shoulder, and providing to our families. These are all brothers and sisters." And you see, the locals and people from all over the world became like, family, right? It's right in front of my own eyes. And when I went to UNHCR in Geneva and I realized that there's not many companies that are involved, and I saw what happened to refugees right in front of my eyes when they get a job. Like when they didn't have a job, and then they get buses and cars, and then they get their own cars, and then they get their own houses, and then they became a proud member of the society, and then they start providing, and then made magic at Chobani, all that stuff. I said, what if I tell other companies to do the same, because it will do the magic in their companies, and then it will change the refugees' life, and then it will, create this beautiful family and society and move forward. And it was a long shot. In 2016, I launched 10 Partnership for Refugees. Today, we are over 450 companies worldwide. We are operating 12 countries, one of them being Mexico. That's why we signed an MOU with Amy and IOM. In Mexico, we went there. I'll give you a quick example. We went to Mexico last year, and we made a study that there is 2 million job opening in Mexico. The company is having a hard time to fill it. 2 million. We asked all the refugees that they're passing through, 75% of them would say, I will stay in Mexico if I had a chance to work. 75. And all generosity of Mexican people, we ask all the Mexican consumers, it says, we will support companies who are hiring refugees. 80% of them said we will buy their goods and services if we know they hire and support refugees. Like, amazing. So we shared with these companies. We got 70 companies sign up. Incredible. And say publicly, and we made a huge, gatherings. And then the government started supporting, the Mexican government. So it came together. Today, and that's why Amy's organization is most amazing, through them we can reach out to the refugees so they can access to work. And same thing happened in UK, same thing happened in Germany. The point I'm trying to make is this. This topic is being used in politics so unfairly. It's hurtful, like really hurtful. The reality is companies, at least 400 of them, over 400 of them I know, we can meet above and beyond the politics. The reality is reality. All the economic studies, marketing studies, social studies tell where the refugees have an access to job, in there, within 3 years, economically positive, in there, innovation goes in the right direction, in there, businesses opens, in there, companies, flourish, and the society flourish. It's enormously win, 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 win. So the politics is a politics. I think the vast majority of the people, especially every place that we made the market, there's enormous amount of support. But the absence of that, Raj, absence of dealing migration and refugees, we will not be able to find solution to any other enormous topics that you care, your organization talks about it and writes about it, and everyone in this room talks about it. So it's essential, and business have an obligation to play in this.
Well, this is, as you know, a heavy week. There's a lot of tough news, a lot of bad headlines. But just imagine for a moment if there were more companies like Chobani and more CEOs like Hamdi Ulukaya. Please join me in thanking Hamdi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raj.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Hamdi. So I think you already got a little preview of our next session. We'll be continuing the conversation about supporting migrants and refugees, not only to survive, but to thrive. So excited to welcome to the stage Devex reporter Alyssa Muline, who will lead this next discussion. Alyssa, I'll hand it to you.
Hi, everybody. Hello. So my name is Alyssa. I am a reporter at Devex, and I would like to introduce you to my lovely panel that I'll have joining me. So we have Amy Pope, who is the Director General of the IOM. Sasha Chenoff, who leads Refuge Point. America Ferreira, who is both an award-winning actress and IOM Goodwill Ambassador. And we have Nasra Ismail, who leads Alight US. And I'm thrilled to have a conversation with you all. We are talking today from crisis to opportunity, shaping pathways beyond humanitarian aid. And today, we're really going to dig into migration, pathways to migration, what works, how folks who leave their home country, come to a different country, or move within their own country can really be contributors to the societies that they land in. So with that, Amy, I want to start with you. Tell us a little bit about the context here. Please set the stage for us.
All right. So there's some good news and there's some bad news. The bad news is there are more people than ever on the move today, and people are moving for a whole variety of reasons. Obviously, people are moving because of conflict. Right now, we have the biggest displacement crisis in Sudan. Over 10 million people have been displaced, followed closely by the displacement crisis that's ongoing in Congo, where 7.5 million people have been displaced. So we have people who are moving all the time because of conflict, but increasingly, we have people who are moving as a result of poverty and as a result of the impacts of climate change. And that's the place where I think we really need to focus, because hundreds of millions of people are now living in communities that are extremely vulnerable to climate shocks. And we know, because we see it play out every single day. And by the way, if you turn on the news right this second, you'll see millions of people who are currently in places that are flooded, places like Nigeria, South Sudan, Bangladesh. And we know that that is going to be our future, absent some drastic intervention by governments who finally recognize they need to do more to mitigate the impacts of climate change. So the bottom line is that we have many, many people moving, and we will expect to see more as a result of the impacts of climate, conflict, and poverty.
Thank you, Amy. So
there's good news, by the way. We're going to get to that. Just so stay tuned.
Now, a lot of numbers, a lot of bad news there, as Amy said. I do want to boil it down a little bit. And America, I'm going to turn to you. You recently became a Goodwill Ambassador for IOM because this is a topic that's really dear to your heart. I want you to tell us a little bit about your journey, why it's dear to your heart, and what you feel are the biggest challenges and opportunities that migrants face.
Yeah. Well, I'm the daughter of Honduran immigrants to the United States. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, California. And, my whole life, I noticed that there were a lot of reflections missing in our culture that had anything to do with the reality of my life and the reality of my hopes and my dreams and the people like me. And so I've been hyper aware before I really had the language of it for our storytelling around who migrants are and who immigrants are. And I've spent my career as a storyteller, as an actress, a director, a producer, trying to make that story a human story. And I think my reflections on what's happening in this moment is that we're so far from the humanity of this conversation. The conversation has been co-opted as a political tool to sow hate and fear and for people in power to stay in power. And I think it's time for those of us who consider ourselves storytellers and communicators to really think about how we take that conversation back and how we tell a different kind of story, a story that is just flat out true, which is that we all move. People move. We move for work, for life, for love, for adventure, for all kinds of things. And none of us don't relate to that story. We all want all the same things that every person who moves wants. They want safety for themselves, for their children. They want to put their kids to bed at night, hold them, know that they're safe. These are the stories that we can tell about what immigration is, what migration is, on top of what Amy is so great at speaking about, which is the incredible potential and opportunity and actually necessity that the world has and every country has for migrant populations to thrive and to succeed. And so, from where I sit, my involvement is about compelling people to tell a new story and to capture the global imagination in a new way and to take the conversation back from those who are using it as a weapon.
Thanks, America. And, I think that this aspect of storytelling is a really important one, right? What is the truth that we're telling and what is kind of the narrative that we're telling? We have another really interesting story on stage, which is Nasra. I mean, you also had an immigration story. And I'm curious how what America said reflects for you.
I relate to so much of what you said. I relate to so much of the numbers that have been shared. My name is Nasra Ismail, and you may not know, but yes, I was displaced as a very young child from Somalia in 1992, arrived here in the US, in Oakland, California. I have so much pride in the first place that really embraced me. So if there's any Californians out there, say it. I love it. I love a little community engagement. So yeah, I was one of those millions of people. But, I have a face. I have a story. My family has a face. Every community that I've met has a face, has a story. And we all have this opportunity to take what is the first experience, the first harshness of life, displacement, and say, that's not all of our stories. That's not it. That may just actually be the beginning. So I stand before you as a leader in the philanthropic sector, in the NGO sector. I worked 8 years for US government, 3 in private sector. I know you're like, how old are you? 4 in philanthropy. And then the most incredible, remarkable experience for me is when I went back to the place where I experienced displacement. And I saw my family and the people who hadn't seen before. And I showed up and they said, you were our donor. You were our philanthropist. You sent money when you didn't have any. At that time in 1992, my family was sending minimum 60-70% of our earnings back home. We were taking care of 2 homes, the one we were making in America and the one we were missing every single day in Somalia. So I come at this work reframing the narrative of refugees as donors. They've been donors. They are philanthropists. And to be honest, given what's happening in this country of mine, which I love and sometimes makes me angry, I just want to show everyone who's either being live streamed or here, if you have a story like mine, we love you. We love you. And I want all of you to say it. We love our new Americans. Say it with me. Say it. Say it, because we have to be as loud as the other narrative. The one that says they're doing this. We don't repeat those fears, but we only respond is love. So at Alight, we really are just trying to make that an actual program in Minneapolis, the Somali community, the Hmong community, every community that's come before me or after me, they're unleashing a new way of belonging, a new American community, a new community of founders who are going to change our very fabric of democracy. Not to be feared, but to be allowed. Not to be feared, but to be loved. And so I have the honor of looking at what community looks like in the US, in Minneapolis, in Maine, in LA, and say, stop with the nonsense. Let's get to work.
Thank you so much, Nasra, for those words. I think, it's so great to have folks who have really gone through this journey with us. And, my grandparents also migrated from Italy and had a, kind of starting over. It's something we all Americans really can speak to, or at least many of us. I think that what I'd really like to dial into now is how do we help immigrants succeed in this country? Sasha, tell us a little bit about what you've seen work, what we need to have in this country and in others to really help folks resettle and rebuild in their new lives.
Thanks, Alyssa. It's really great to be here. So fun to be with IOM too, because I used to work for IOM. And one of the experiences I had was in the Congo as part of a small team sent there to evacuate people who were being attacked. And the life and death dilemma that we faced there actually led to starting Refuge Point, which finds solutions for people. But I wanted to just say that before people arrive here, there's a critical importance of figuring out how they can get here. And to add to Amy's bad news about like the numbers and everything, criminal networks actually benefit about $7 billion a year and prey mostly off of women when people are forced to flee and they put their lives in the hands of traffickers. When we create more legal migration pathways, that is ways for refugees and others to get to the US through resettlement, through labor mobility, through sponsorship, we are creating safety and we're creating opportunity for people once they arrive. So that's really critical. Just the other day, we helped 4 orphan kids from Sudan get to the US and reunite with their uncle here. And when I watched that happen, what it signaled to me and what I feel like is so important for all of us to keep in mind is that people are facing genocide, Congo, Sudan right now, and so many other places. And there's a real moral obligation. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here, but we have to stand up and help and do things. And NASRA and IOM and others are enabling us to do that. But there are also economic and security reasons why we have to stand up, create more legal pathways for people so they can get from one place to another safely. Amy mentioned climate change. We are facing a grim future with climate change, and unless we create more legal migration pathways for people so they can arrive in a way and are received by communities that welcome them, that enable them to build safe new lives and be productive, they're so incredibly productive, as Hamdi was just telling us, we will be failing. So we're all united here, and I feel like all of us should be around the importance of doing this in every country in the world so we can protect people.
Yeah, that legal pathways piece I know is something that America and Amy have both at least been really championing this week. How has that been going? I mean, what's the reception been like? We'll go to America and then Amy.
I say we go to Amy first.
You made eye contact with me at the wrong time.
So this is a place where the political rhetoric and the reality don't match, right? And what I've tried to emphasize this week as I've met with world leaders is that it's quite dangerous to have such a disconnect between what we need and what people are saying about what we need. So what we know is that because of the demographic pressures alone, the world needs migration, right? I find it fascinating that the BCG released a report last year that said, unless we have better migration policies, we will not achieve the Paris Green Climate goals because there simply are not enough people to do the work where the jobs exist. So it's not only in our economic self-interest to have better migration pathways, it's in the interest of the planet, it's in the interest of our youth, it's in the interest of our societies. So the goal here is to get behind some of the rhetoric and get to the people who see it. So we've really been calling on the private sector to be an active participant in this conversation because they know everywhere I go in the world, I hear from them, this is what they need. They need better migration policies and practices. Or talk to the mayors. The Mayors Migration Council is here this week engaging in UNGA. They know, they see it because they see migrants who come to their communities revitalize aging communities, bring new life, bring new experiences, and bring new business. So we're really switching the mindset, but it's not through, frankly, just appealing to people's moral incentives. We're demonstrating that it's in their economic self-interest to do this.
Absolutely. Over to you, America.
I mean, I have nothing to add to that. But what I will say is just to emphasize that this is not the story anybody is talking about around a Thanksgiving dinner table, right? Like the story and what you just said about the other side and the other story that does not match the reality is so loud and people regurgitate it with such confidence and we haven't found a way to match the frequency and the loudness and the clarity of messaging so that when you're sitting at your Thanksgiving table and Uncle whatever says the thing that he's heard a million times, which is they're coming and they're taking our jobs, they're tanking our economy, there's an invasion at the border, there's no room for them, they're taking housing from homeless people, like that we have clear messages to say that's not true. It's not true. They're revitalizing economies. They're filling gaps in the labor market. And so I'm so impassioned, as we all should be, that these messages can't stay in rooms like this. They can't stay at UNGA. We only win if we capture the global narrative and certainly the national narrative in this moment here in the US, because it is the truth. So it should be the easier thing to message.
Yeah, and I do want to pop over to Nasra and then Sasha to hear a little bit about some of those messages. Give us some of those examples that you've seen in your work, in your communities that you're working in. Tell me what works, what you're seeing, what's actually going on the ground.
I want to amplify everything that everyone has said. I think a couple of things. When it comes to legal pathways, we need to know that a certain kind of standard has been opened up and set. The way we welcomed our gorgeous Ukrainian American community is a standard. It's different. We've attached jobs to sponsorship. We've attached more funding to sponsorship. We've attached a different kind of empathy. So I want us all to unlock the same, if not more, empathy and more equitable and safe legal pathways for everyone else. You know, you can't just complain. Sometimes the standard is set and you want to point to that and say, that should be the North Star. So I really want to just say the way we welcomed our new Ukrainian community is so far better than what we used to do. So hopefully that is a policy that gets to be set on what works to not only counter the narrative, but also actually supersede and do the things that we know have been working for decades. Sponsorship. My family came via sponsorship. An American family said, yes, we're going to raise our hand. We're going to welcome you. We're the first faces of people you see at the airport that you've never been to before, but we're also going to show up. Mr. and Mrs. Kennedy are stories I tell about the teachers who've embraced my whole family, all of my 9 siblings, and have said outside of school, we're willing to stay at night to give you an additional English as a second language course. We're willing to help your mom who doesn't speak English find a shelter. We're willing to help her find her friends. So there's something that is revitalizing even at the community level. It's not just what government and UN and others can do, it's also community. It is our greatest lever of transformation. Come see it in Minneapolis. Go see it in Boston. Go see it in LA. It is everywhere, but yes, it doesn't have the storytelling frame that we need. So I would say sponsorship is a gold standard and it needs to be supported. And I want to say this is one myth that I want to get rid of. It's not you either get support from government or you either get support from your neighbors. It's both. Today's time, it's both, because I can also see the stories that Americans who've never been displaced are like, my heart is opened up. My whole expression of family is different. I feel like I've loved someone who I didn't even know that existed in my neighborhood. So there's something deeper and spiritual and socio-political and economic that's happening at the community level. And see the stories that both say the economic story, but also say we're seeing a redefining a blueprint of community in America. And it's only because of the gifts of the newcomer.
There's something very democratic also happening with sponsorship. An incredible thing that a lot of people don't know is that today, across America, about 2 million people have raised their hands in 50 states in over 12,000 zip codes across Republican, Democratic, and religious political divides to say, I want to bring in someone who's fleeing their home. And people have arrived from across the country through sponsorship programs that America has created, and not you, but our bigger America.
I, not publicly, but behind the scenes, it was all me.
So we're seeing that this is something that actually can heal an incredibly riven society right now, where there's so much distrust and yet sponsorship. And that core heart of welcoming people is something that we see unites us at a time of incredible division across religious and political divides. I wanted to say something else about what Amy said when she was talking about the needs of labor. There are about 60 million unfilled jobs across the US, Canada, EU countries, and many other places. Communities need people desperately. One of the new and exciting opportunities in this whole space around supporting refugees and forced migrants is the labor mobility pathway, which Refuge Point, IOM, Talent Beyond Boundaries, the UN Refugee Agency, with a number of governments are all leading the way on. We're seeing people arrive from Canada, from Kenya, who are refugees from Somalia and elsewhere, and across the Middle East to Canada, to the US, to EU countries, where they have jobs waiting for them and communities who want to welcome them because, as Amy said, they are revitalizing those communities. So this is an exciting moment of opportunity for us. And when we think about reframing the narrative, we were just talking about that. I think there are two ways that we have to think about that. We should not think about people who are victims. Can we actually get to a place where communities will want to bring people in, will compete to bring people in because we know that we need them? But when there's this narrative of people who are contributors and who are needed, that changes. It switches people's mindsets. Another narrative that I think nobody can argue against is the narrative of family unity. We have way too many children who've been separated from their parents, and we are creating pathways for families to reunite. And when we do that, and we see a mom with her son or daughter reunited after years apart, forced into separation because of the violence they fled, we know in our hearts that that's what we need to see across the world. So family unity has to be a core principle of all migration pathways.
Right. And, I do want to tap in a little bit more to this economic piece of this. I remember doing a story a couple of years ago post-Brexit, and it was about how a number of the different meat packing and producing factories were just empty. People, because those lines of immigration had been cut off, the UK was really struggling. And I think we see a version of that story whenever we see barriers to immigration. But if we flip the script, I'm curious what we see. Maybe Amy, you can start.
So when we talk about, and especially in the context of shaping pathways beyond humanitarian aid, I want to actually flip the script and frame this in terms of development and humanitarian assistance, because we tend to divide these conversations in a way that I think is really unhelpful. It's startling to many people to learn that their last year was $830 billion in remittances that went back to the countries of origin of people who were working abroad. $830 billion is a staggering amount. And we have seen examples, both because of projects we're engaged in, but just naturally because of community relationships or frankly, the ties that you've described, where the diaspora is driving development in the countries of origin. They're driving the exchange of ideas, they're driving educational outcomes, and they're driving a level of development that we would not see if we were to rely only on humanitarian assistance or development aid. And so our goal is really to flip the script and start to think about how do we use migration deliberately as a tool to get more sustainable, more inclusive development in the countries where many of the migrants we see are coming from. And so not thinking about this in terms of just what does it mean for a country like the United States to welcome migrants, but what does it mean for Somalia, which has this vibrant diaspora coming from the United States, from Canada, from India, from parts of Europe, to help shape the future of Somalia? And that is where we're seeing a huge difference. And that is the piece, frankly, that I think is groundbreaking.
Yeah, I guess I would be curious both for America and Nasra in terms of looking at your families, whether it be in Honduras or Somalia, extended family, if you've seen this type of kind of the remittances going back or economic opportunity going back. Maybe we can start with Nasra and then over to America.
I mean, like I said, we were donors before we even knew what donorship meant. And I think the love story that is between the diaspora and the two homes that they inhabit, which are minimum homes, because we've also with the pandemic have had many homes. So for all of us who have a history of, or an ancestry, even as far back as 100 years ago, of what it means to have had generations of your family come from one place to another, there is a deep love story that has not been really well studied. Remittances are one, but it's also leadership. But it's also cultural transference, but it's also in knowledge shaping, and it's also peace building. The amount of sort of hidden or invisible peace building that gets done, we get to be called bridgers, peace builders. We're literally doing diplomacy and nobody actually even knows it. So I totally agree with you, Amy, as someone who follows and is a fan of your work, especially the last year when you were running for this particular office that you're in. You might want to look at Amy's social media. It was one of the greatest stories that I've ever seen of equity. on social media about what it means to take over a 72-plus-year-old entity that has never had a leader like you. So that kind of equity is also everywhere else. So diasporas have been doing this work. The light hasn't been on us. The long welcome and the long journey of integration, no matter where you are, Berlin, Bogota, Hargeisa, wherever you are, this is understudied. So please, I ask you, as many wonderful programs that are done by international NGOs, there is many done by civil society, as many done by local organizations, and as many and many, many stories that have been done by refugee-led and diaspora-led organizations and activities. So there's just more. There's just more. We have to tap in.
You know, you asked the question, and the thing that popped into my mind first was how after my parents left Honduras, my mother didn't get to return back to Honduras for 25 years, and what a devastating heartbreak that was for her, and how through my whole childhood, you know, Honduras was a folktale to me. You know, it was a place that existed in my imagination because I wasn't able to have that physical connection, and my mother wasn't even able to have that connection to her homeland. And you know, certainly there was communication and there was money being sent back and forth and that sort of thing, but there was no ease of movement. And when I think about Honduras, you know, I think about the root causes of migration, and obviously it's different everywhere and it's ever changing, and we're adding climate change and climate disaster on top of it. But I think a lot about the people who don't want to leave their homeland. And I think about how nobody wants to be defined by the worst thing that ever happened to them. And as migrants and children of migrants, that is one part of who we are. And people don't want a handout. And I certainly know my parents were never looking for that. And more than anything, my mother wanted to be connected to her family and to her homeland. And so that love of home drives me to think of how do we help people stay in places they want to stay. And it's not gonna happen by building walls and telling them not to move. It's not going to happen by locking them up. We know we deport people and they have no choice but to come right back because, as they say, no one flees home unless home is the mouth of a shark. And so I think about the opportunities we have and the solutions we can create if we expand the thinking to include dealing with the root causes of migration.
Could I just add one point? We've talked about remittances and the importance of addressing the root causes. There's another dimension, which is the philanthropic dimension, beyond governments, beyond the international aid that's going on. Philanthropists have a huge and outsized role here to create new and innovative ways of doing things and seeing that those succeed, and then governments can take that up. And in fact, this event was co-organized and thought through with a network of engaged international donors, which is a growing philanthropic network, along with the Philanthropic Initiative. And there are many philanthropists here in the room and tuning in online that know that the work that you are doing in Honduras, in Somalia, across the world is actually supporting those communities to build peace-building efforts. So we can't forget or overlook and need to emphasize the value of private philanthropy and engaging in this space.
Wonderful. Well, I think that's all the time that we have today. So I just want to thank my panelists here so much for all of your insight. Thank our audience for listening. It's been great to chat.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Well, we're going to take a brief networking break. We have some snacks out. There's some drinks. We encourage you to connect with each other. And we'll start again in just a moment for our final track on renewing trust and rethinking systems. We have some exciting speakers in store, like Mafalda Duarte from the Green Climate Fund, Ankur Vora, who's the Chief Strategy Officer at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Jay Gilliam from USAID. So please take a moment to connect with each other, get a refreshment, and we'll be back here shortly. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you got a refreshment, got a chance to connect. Also wanted to plug, if you do want to join our WhatsApp channel, we had a QR code up there in case you want to follow our news on WhatsApp. We are going to be resuming our final track of this event on renewing trust and rethinking systems. We've seen a lot of breakdown in trust within the development community and a lot of rethinking of how we even, the whole aid infrastructure. So we're going to be digging into some of those themes. We're going to start off with a session on the role that NGOs can play in renewing trust in the global development space. So I'm going to hand it back to my colleague, Alyssa Mioline, to lead that discussion.
Hi, everybody. If I can please have people go back to their seats if they're interested in learning about trust, something that I'm sure touches each and every one of you. So I hope to see everyone sitting back in their seats. All right, I'm also going to call up again an amazing set of panelists to the stage. So we have Dagan Ali. Dagan leads Adesso, and she's also a big champion for locally led development, which is something that Adesso does along with providing humanitarian response. We have David Bursoff. He is at the Edelman Trust Institute, which is an organization that really focuses on looking at how trust is measured and how people are trusting various aspects of our society. And then we have Christine Sau coming at us from Humentum, an organization that works to help organizations increase their effectiveness. And for those of you who don't know me, I am Alyssa, and I am a reporter at Devex. Great. So thank you all so much for being with me today. It's great to have you up here and great to have you at our event.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Perfect. So we've got a lot to talk about today. The issue of trust is nuanced, it's big, and it affects all of us across the sector. David, Edelman just did some really interesting research talking about, what people are thinking and feeling about NGOs, businesses, government, media. Can you walk me through a little bit about what the team found and the implications specifically for NGOs?
Sure. So we've been measuring trust for about 25 years now. And for the first 2 decades that we measured trust, the number one trusted most institution when you look at NGOs, business, media, and government was NGOs. It was number one every single year up until about 1999. 1999, it tied with business. It was tied again in 2020. And since then, business has been increasing in trust while NGOs have sort of stagnated. And that's sort of the NGO trust story, is not so much that there was a big decline in trust, but that trust in NGOs had stagnated at about 55% of people thinking that NGOs can be trusted to do the right thing, plus or minus 3 points for the last 12 years. So if you just look at the NGO numbers, it's not a bad story, not necessarily a good story either. But what gets interesting is if you look at those NGO trust numbers in the context of what I think they should be or what they could be. If you think about the state of government trust, it's pretty bad. People don't have a lot of faith in government. There's a lot of paralysis. There's a lot of politicization. Not a lot is getting done. So we're in a situation where there's sort of a leadership vacuum when it comes to addressing social and societal problems. Now, on paper, if you look at the choices people have in a situation where government is failing, you have media, which is not really in the problem-solving business. You have NGOs, and you have business. Now, I've always thought that the last 5, 6, 7 years, NGOs should have been having a moment. NGOs are in the social problem solving business. They don't have to worry about the sort of the tension between earning profits and doing well. they are sort of the logical institution you would think that people would turn to when government is failing them. But what happened is that instead, people have been turning more to business. They've sort of nominated business as the savior, as the institution that's going to come in and, at least in the short term, fill the gap left by the government void. And so I wanted to understand what was going on. What was driving that choice? Now, when we measure trust, we measure it in two different dimensions. There's a capability dimension, like, are you good at what you do? Do you get things done? And then there's an ethical dimension. Are you trying to do good in the world? Are your motivations good? Do you serve everybody? Do you have a vision that we can all buy into? And what I found back in, that pivotal year, 1999, it was pre-pandemic. It was the first year that NGOs and business tied. What I found is that NGOs, highest on ethical dimension, but lower on the capability dimension. Now, this is not including government, which is this low on everything. But if you're comparing government to business, there was a very clear and interesting choice. NGOs, much more ethical, not as capable or competent. Business, very capable and competent, but not necessarily ethical. At that point in time, people had a choice, and what they chose was their hero was the institution that was the doer, the one capable of getting things done. They were in desperate situation. Problems weren't being solved. Progress wasn't being made. Things weren't being addressed. And in deciding who they wanted to back, they went with the doer that didn't necessarily have a great ethical reputation over sort of the organization or institution with the heart of gold, but wasn't seen as being necessarily very effective. Now, in this story, I want to be clear, business is not the hero. Business is the anti-hero. Business is more Clint Eastwood than it is John Wayne. It is the organization that sort of had the biggest gun and the willingness to use it. They had that grit. They were seen as mean enough and tough enough to get the job done. And if you're in the small town and the outlaws are coming in on horses, who are you going to pick to defend you, to save you? Is it the hapless sheriff whose heart is in the right place, but he isn't really that tough? Or is it going to be the person who can get things done, even if their ethics might be a little bit suspect, even if their reputation isn't what you might want it to be? And so that is what I think ended up happening, is that in the context of nothing getting done, people chose the doer over the more ethical institution. Business also had a very good pandemic. They got a lot of credit for getting things done, for finding the vaccines, for coming through and saving as many jobs as possible. And even though, remember, this is perception, not necessarily reality, they got all the news coverage for what they were doing, and it just grew from there.
Yeah, thank you for that, David. I mean, bummer for the global development community. But I do want to also pull out another piece of that research, which is that this level of trust also varied across demographics. So I remember low-income folks who answered the survey had less trust, right, of NGOs.
Yes. So NGOs, as I said, sort of overall 55% trust to do what is right, plus or minus 3. Those are global numbers across everybody. In general, less trusted by people with the lower quartile income rather than the upper quartile income. There's been distrust among the lower quartile. It just edged up recently into kind of a neutral zone. You're also doing better in terms of trust in EMEA. You're sort of flat in LATAM, but a little downward in LATAM, but LATAM generally loves their NGOs. Not doing well in North America and Europe. A lot of basically your donor countries.
Yeah. So I think, it's fascinating. And I think David has given us some insight into perhaps why. I do want to reflect this back, though, on our other two panelists, Christine and Dagan. I think, Dagan, let's start with you. I mean, as someone who works directly with communities and really kind of is hearing from many folks, many of whom are also not pleased, or maybe they are pleased. Or I mean, tell me a bit more about how these results hit you, why you think that trust has gone down, or that trust isn't as high as we perhaps think it should.
I think also it's really interesting, the study, the results, that things changed around 1999 to 2000s. That's about the same time that you saw the corporatization of NGOs. That's the same time that we saw NGOs becoming, who were much more nimble, who were much more hands-on in their work and all of that. And I think maybe in response to this criticism about efficiency, you saw them becoming more corporatized, more systems, more due diligence, more bureaucracy. The machinery is massive in these INGOs. And then you also saw their corporatization in their boards and their metrics and ambitions. They went from being $50 million, $100 million organizations to now being $1 billion organizations. And then you see a lot of corporate actors in their boards. And once you bring in the corporates, you start having these kinds of metrics where the CEO's success is based on how big the income is, how growth, how many countries you're operational in, and how many communities you serve. So it's a very expansionist colonial model where you plant your flag and you try to be a response in as many countries as possible. So those are the metrics of success. At the same time, I mean, those results don't surprise me, because the larger they have become, honestly, the more bureaucratic they have become and the less in touch they are with the communities. And especially the result around lower income community members having less trust is because they have more interaction with them. They are the ones who are dealing with them for health, education, food aid, whatever it may be. And so they are the ones who are interacting with them on a regular basis. And they can probably make a much more comprehensive judgment about the quality of the service and what they're receiving. So these results honestly don't surprise me. And it reflects also, it's a concern for me as a Global South actor who has been really advocating for more locally led, that we in the Global South end up mimicking and copying this INGO behavior in how we work with our own communities. And so sometimes bigger is not better. And so a lot of local organizations, you see them with ambitions to become like an INGO, to get a $5 million USAID grant, a $10 million grant, not thinking that actually becoming bigger is actually going to make you less rooted in the communities and lose that local touch and that local understanding. So there's problems. And then, of course, the other side is, as a local actor who has seen you, and by the way, the ones that should be assessed is the UN. The UN gets the largest chunk of the funding, but they are the least trustful and the least efficient and the least impactful, in my opinion. So I would say that the UN would probably get an F rating in this thing. And so if you're a local organization, you are, so all of these issues about trust is also like, how do you assess trust? What are the metrics for assessing trust? In the West, we look at trust as, do you have 3 years of audit reports? Do you have nice fancy reporting? A lot of these groups that are billion-dollar corporate NGOs have amazing, beautiful reports, beautiful websites, 5-star Charity Navigator rating, but at the same time, on the ground, like I said, the communities don't trust them. Why? Because the impact is very poor. So what is it that we are basing this barometer of trust? Is it that you have these reports, that you have these fancy offices and you are credible because now you can manage a $50 million USAID grant? Is that your metrics of trust? Or is it that you have impact, you're locally rooted, and the community says, there are mutual aid volunteer groups right now operating in Sudan in the middle of a famine, who have no structures. They're not even registered, and they are managing millions and millions of dollars. They are the backbone of the humanitarian response right now in Sudan. None of them are, majority, 90% of them are not registered organizations. So people like you and me who are in the community who decided to start giving people food, who started I'm a doctor, so I start giving healthcare and all of these kinds of what they call mutual aid. And they're running the majority of the humanitarian response. None of them can produce for you a nice report. None of them can produce for you 3 years of audit track record. But are they having impact? Will the community say we trust them and these are the ones we want to work with them? Hell yeah. But we in the global north will say, no, we can't trust them with $500,000, $50,000 because they don't have these systems in place. So we have to also question, why is it that we have this problem and how we define trust?
Thank you, Degan. Christine, I want to turn the mic over to you because I'm curious, one, again, how all of this hits you, and two, thinking about solutions. I mean, what can we do to address what David's told us, address what Degan's told us? Are members in Humentum thinking about this and curious what they're saying and thinking and feeling?
Thanks. Yeah, I think I just will build on what Degan was saying. I mean, we are working in an ecosystem. We're working in a structure that exists and that has been built. And as I heard Degan say this morning, if you think the system is broken, the system is actually working the way it was designed for the people who designed it. It's not working the way it should work, and it's not working for local actors. And so if we're looking at, for example, the way that funding flows to nonprofits, typically that's in a 1 year, a 3 year, a 5 year funding cycle. That funding, when it's over, and people pick up and have to pack up their offices and lay off their staff and leave. And we know that trust is built by long-standing, deep relationships in a community. We know that when we can move beyond funding that is on a short-term cycle dictated by a funder, we can build trust within a community and the people who are working with that community that is deeply rooted and actually is making that impact. And I've been working in global development for 31 years now, and we've been talking about this as long as I've been working in global development. So it's not that these are things that we don't have answers to. We have answers. We need to have funders who recognize this and are actually brave enough to change the way that they work. And one of the things that's really important is providing support to community foundations and to community fundraising and to community action so that it is not people parachuting in from outside. It is people within the communities who know what they need, who are being funded to do the work with their own communities. And to Degan's point about Sudan, that's a great example. But we know that there are local and national organizations out there that are working very hard, but are being held to working in a structure that was built for other purposes, for other people, and very much with a colonial mindset. So, what do we need to do now? We know we need to fund the true costs of the commitments that organizations are signing up for with donors. Right now, we know that donors are not covering those true costs. We need to have funders, regardless of what level they're working at, we need to have funders who will provide funding to build the reserves of local and national organizations that are working in their own communities, that they get unrestricted funding to use to fund what they do best, not being told by a funder, our flavor of the week is X and you're going to do that. We should be listening to them and saying, okay, we're going to fund you because you're closest to the issue and you know how to do this best. And I think, it's not mysterious why trust erodes. We know why trust erodes, and trust is multi-directional. It's not top down or bottom up. It really needs to be established within the ecosystem between whoever's funding the work, whoever's doing the work, and whoever should be actually deciding what work needs to be done and then participating in the work that's done.
Thanks for that, Christine. Curious, just turning back to you, David. I mean, in terms of your research and what you found, do you think that there's learnings that the NGO community can take from perhaps the business community that is doing better, or learnings they can take from what not to do that the government and sadly media is not doing better either?
Sure. I mean, there's a couple of things that come out of the research beyond sort of the obvious, and the first one being, of course, you have to emphasize more your accomplishments. You have to get that competence needle, that capability needle. You have to move that. I think what happened back in 2019 and 2020 is that sort of NGOs brought ethics to a competence fight, and they lost to business. But I also think that business having all of this pressure being placed on it, all this expectation to start weighing in on social issues, to sort of address the problems that have traditionally been addressed by NGOs, is in some ways also an opportunity, because in my mind, I'm having a hard time seeing how business is going to successfully address all of these significant social societal problems without help. And that there is an opportunity for NGOs to play a significant part in that. It's almost like NGOs becoming the engine of social and societal change within business, because business is going to fail if they try to do this all by themselves. They don't have the expertise, they don't have the ability to organize on the ground, they don't have the history and experience in dealing with these big thorny issues. And I can starting to see it a little bit in the data, in that the ethics score for business has gone up while it's become more engaged in addressing some of these issues, but it's starting to taking a little subtle competence hits, because these issues are really hard. It is difficult to deliver success on a quarterly basis in the way a business is used to doing. So they're starting to really get into a jam, and I think there is some real potential here for stronger, better, more significant and meaningful NGO business collaborations. It's not about giving money per se, but I really think that NGOs need a seat at the corporate business table when they're talking about how are we going to deal with these expectations of our employers and our customers and even of investors, that we need to start thinking about healthcare access and discrimination and oppression and climate and any other number of issues that they are not equipped to handle. So I think there's a real opportunity there based on a growing need business is going to have for the kinds of expertise and what you guys can bring to the table. It's just making sure that it's a meaningful partnership and not just a partnership in name or a transfer of funds, because they need your expertise just as much as you need their money.
Great. With the little time we had left, I just want to talk about one more thing, which is, transparency and how important that is when we're thinking about, like Dagan said, how we measure trust, what that means, and how we measure impact, and how transparent organizations are or are not with the work that they're doing. Dagan, I'm curious to hear from you in terms of where you think we are on that scale as a global development community. Are we at the transparency levels that we need to be, that perhaps might be a good ingredient to help us build trust?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a huge problem, is that when we come into communities, majority of there's a Indian NGO that I've heard that I really want to visit. And what they do is that every time they go to a location, to a village, they post publicly the project budget to the community. So the detailed budget, every single cent, where it's going and everything, the community has full access to it. When you walk into their office, they have their entire salaries up on the wall. Everybody knows what everybody's earning. If you're a community member, you'll know what the executive director is earning, what anybody's earning. That is a radical level of transparency, But here we are as locals, we can't even get a budget from the UN agencies we partner with or the INGOs from what did EU give you? What did USAID give you? How much of that $5 million grant is actually going to me as a partner? And the reality is majority of it is not going to me as a partner. And if I'm doing 70, 60, 80% of the work, that tells you that majority of it is not going to the communities. This is why there is no desire to have transparency, because a lot of the money sits in headquarters, in staffing positions, and the UN is the worst out of all of them. And so there is no how, and that's what I'm talking about. Like this, people know, the communities know, they understand the game. They're not stupid, and so why would they trust us? Why would they trust us when they know that what's happening? They know that for every dollar that is coming from London or the U.S. or D.C., very little goes to them on the ground. They see these expensive vehicles that we're driving around, these Toyota Land Cruisers. They know that we're living behind these massive walls in these posh neighborhoods of Nairobi. They know that. They're not idiots. So how do you expect them to trust you when they see how little you value? There's no return on investment. There's no metrics around impact based on the dollar. That's why they go to the private sector, because the private sector is making sure that for every dollar that they spend it in a most efficient and impactful way. They understand that. So we have to change our behavior if we really want to gain their trust back. And right now, I honestly don't think that the aid sector is ready to do it.
Well, let's hope our next panel can solve that problem for us, huh? No, thank you guys so much. It was great to talk to you about trust. There's clearly a lot here, a lot to think about, and appreciate your time today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think that was a great way to kick off this track. We are going to continue with a conversation with Mafalda Duarte, who is Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund, led by Raj Kumar, our President and Editor-in-Chief. So I'll welcome you both to the stage.
Thank you. Yes, a real round of applause, because that was a fantastic panel, and we've got an incredible interview for you with Mafalda Duarte, who I think everybody has a stake in your success. Mafalda is a turnaround CEO. You've been put in place at the world's largest climate fund, the Green Climate Fund, where you're the executive director, and you've been put in place to really change that institution, to grow it, to expand it, to make it faster and more nimble. And you've got a strategy for doing that. How long have you been in the job now?
Just slightly over a year.
Just slightly over a year, but you've already put in place this vision, which is 50 by 30, $50 billion by the year 2030. And you've made a lot of changes at the organization. You're in the middle of them. Maybe let's just start with kind of a status report for people who don't know the Green Climate Fund as much, or maybe haven't followed this year of reform. What are you doing there?
Okay, hands up who doesn't know the Green Climate Fund. All right.
A couple, most of you know.
So the Green Climate Fund is one of the financial mechanisms of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And it's one of the financing instruments in the service of the Paris Agreement, to deliver the Paris Agreement. It focuses on investments in developing countries purely. So it started 10 years ago. From then until now, we have been able to commit roughly $16 billion across 130 countries, 130 developing countries, in a whole range of different sectors. The fund, as opposed to others, we know that there's a major gap in adaptation finance, and more we hear about this, also because more and more we are feeling the impacts. The GCF is actually a fund that has a mandate to split its resources, half in mitigation, half in adaptation. Besides that, in terms of the adaptation, we also have a mandate to focus on the geography is the most vulnerable geography. So we have a mandate to focus on small island developing states, LDCs, least developed countries in Africa.
And I said you're a turnaround CEO. That's my term, not yours. But I said that because I think there's two main problems the world wanted you to come in and solve. One is, how do you make the GCF bigger at a time when it's really tough politically to raise money for this agency on this issue? And then the second is, how do you make it faster and better at what it does? So maybe we're just starting on the bigger part. One of your key roles is to go out there and raise money. I think you've had $33 billion pledged, but as you say, about $16 billion has actually flowed through. Among others, the United States ran out on about $1 billion dinner check, right, that we promised to pay for. How are you on raising that money in this environment when everybody, including the World Bank, now says we're a climate bank? What's it like to be out there trying to raise in this environment?
Okay, let me start by saying that the reason why I set up this vision, this vision of 50 by 30, I presented it actually here in New York in the Climate Ambition Summit a year ago. And this is just to force myself and force the organization and hopefully give an example to others that we need to set ambitious targets because we are in a crisis and the scale of the resources has to be much times higher than what we are currently supporting developing countries with. But at the same time, and this is a very strong theme coming out of this UNGA, everybody talks about the institutions that we have today are not equipped to 21st century's challenges. So any of these big organizations or small organizations, if you tell any of these organizations, now we're going to give you 3 times the resources you have, or we're going to give you 5 times. You have to start to think, okay, am I really in a position to deliver these resources? So you have to then think, okay, what is it that needs to happen in the organization to be able to provide these resources at a much larger scale, but doing it efficiently because, we have a lot of processes and Green Climate Fund is one where efficiency of processes is really necessary, and we are committing to driving that efficiency. But by the way, is the entire system. Yeah. Because again, if we go back to the point that we have very few years where we have a chance to meet the 1.5. And for that, we really require institutions that are a lot more fit for purpose, a lot more responsive, that can really deliver at a much larger scale at all levels, including, very importantly, like the colleague that was here before, Dugan, at the local level, which is also one of our big commitments as well in terms of targeting the most vulnerable. How do we get the money to reach the local level?
So you're trying to speed up. I know you have this 9-month goal, right, from a project being requested to actually getting money out the door. That's a very ambitious goal, but you're trying to do that. You've really remade the leadership team, right? A major change there. You've reorganized the structure of the organization. So you've gone through a lot. I guess I want to know, when you look at the changing landscape from when the Green Climate Fund was set up, I mentioned the World Bank, where you came from. People talk a lot about the capital stack. Where does the Green Climate Fund sort of fit? When all the MDBs say we're in climate now too. All the bilateral DFIs say they're in climate. You got philanthropists. Where do you have a unique value proposition in that capital stack?
And thank you for this question because, you all hear a lot about climate finance architecture and climate finance landscape and the reform of the climate financial architecture. By the way, just an aside, it was very interesting because one colleague of mine the other day said we shouldn't call it architecture because actually architects design things that are solid in terms of structure. All of the things come together, but we are calling to this landscape an ecosystem architecture when it's so fragmented and it doesn't come together in a solid way. So this ecosystem, what I prefer to call ecosystem, I think one of the things that is important to recognize, there's a lot of talk about the MDBs and the reform of the MDBs, which is very necessary. But but they are one piece of the puzzle. They are an important piece of the puzzle, but they are one piece. Funds like the Green Climate Fund, we are actually enabling them, and we are enabling other UN organizations, private sector, NGOs, local organizations, public and private. And we are enabling them because we actually have the flexibility in the resources.
Right, you can do grants, you can do equity.
We have flexibility to an extent that the multilateral development banks don't have. We can provide to private sector financial resources through financial instruments that will actually enable them then to invest in these markets, because otherwise they wouldn't invest. So that's why the ecosystem needs to come together. I mean, we know with some of you that follow climate finance. I mean, not that long ago there was another high-level panel on climate finance, and if nothing else, it was a good analysis in terms of bringing this to land with people, which is we need the domestic action. We need governments to do what they need to do. They need to eliminate subsidies. They need to they basically need to look at other fiscal tools to mobilize, to enable the mobilization of domestic capital for these purposes. We need the MDBs, we need the funds, we need the private sector for sure, because the quantum of investments needs to come from private sector. We need the philanthropy, we need the NGOs. All of them need to come together and play their role.
It is the idea that you kind of, because you can go really local, you're going to countries, the lowest income countries, you're finding even small scale projects you can fund that you can get them to a point where then they're attractive to the MDBs and other DFIs to fund them to scale up the programming?
Not so much that, but what I have found interesting is that we are working, for example, I'll give you examples on both the private and the public. On the private sector side, we actually invest through, we invest through entities that have different scales, but we invest through equity funds that are not that large, but they, in turn, they provide equity to the small companies in developing countries. Small companies, entrepreneurs at the local level that actually need that support. They need that equity investment. We also provide them with technical assistance to help them think through on how they grow their businesses. So that's one way to reach the local level. We work with non-governmental organizations as well, and we want to do more. I mean, one of the things that that I have also said in terms of the new vision is there are two key objectives: is targeting the most vulnerable, and the private sector capital mobilization. And targeting the most vulnerable. So it's not just about saying SIDS and LDCs in Africa, it's about how do we really target the most vulnerable. And we know we need to work with local entities. So that's why, you know, in the Green Climate Fund, one of the very interesting things about the mandate is working with what's called direct access entities, which is the national entities. And we have a growing network of national entities that are now accredited with the fund, with an interest of many more. So we have national banks, national development banks, national commercial banks, you know, a different range of national institutions that want to work with us. And I think, you know, that's a pretty exciting mandate, because we need to empower this vast network of organizations if we're going to meet the scale of the challenge.
There was a time when climate was kind of its own little world and development was its own little world. Now, if you go to a COP, everybody's there, right? It seems like the two worlds have completely crossed. But I wonder, is there a business model for adaptation? Because adaptation is this huge need. You referred to it already. It's half of your mandate. In a way, it's development. You know, it's health, it's water and sanitation, it's agriculture, but doing it in a way that will be resilient given the changing climate. Is there a way we can fund it at the scale that would be needed?
Yes. I mean, there's a need for a much higher scale of investments, but I mean, and again, at different scales. I'll give you a couple of examples. We are working with an equity infrastructure fund in Africa to help them invest in resilient infrastructure.
But again, we provide to them junior equity, or in other cases we provide other financial instruments. So we are meeting them in terms of what is the type of capital that they need to be able to do that. Another example is empowering the local commercial banks, local financial institutions, to then provide lines of credit to the farmers or to the other entrepreneurs, so that they can borrow to drive resilient investments. So that's another model. The other model is what I was talking about, equity again for small companies, so that they can grow their business, agribusiness. So in different sectors. So there are a variety of models. We need to scale them. We need to understand, okay, what are the models that have been successful? How do we? Sometimes the problem with funders is that we have this notion that, okay, we fund this, it's a pilot, we demonstrate, and then we want to go and demonstrate another one. And pilot another one. And while I think it's necessary to also pilot new things, we need to focus again, because of the narrow window that we have. What are the things that are really working, and that we need to scale. We need to scale up at like multiples, and bet on scaling those up. And there's also interesting things in terms of the early stage new technologies and new solutions. So GCF also in these 4 years has a very big mandate in terms of how do we support, startups, these very young companies in developing countries that want to bring new solutions to the markets. So in that, we play that very early stage capital provider, which in the financial jargon is the venture capital, but of course we don't take the returns of the venture capital industry. So there's a multiplicity of I think the really challenging ones, which is where we want to do more, when we're trying to focus quite a bit more, is in the really fragile, and many of these countries are also conflict-ridden countries. How does one support these communities in terms of their resilience, in terms of their livelihoods, because they end up being the most exposed and impacted as well.
I know we're basically out of time here, but one last thought from you, because there are people who argue you don't need this broad ecosystem. There's the World Bank, they're the big institute, they can do it all. You're out there trying to prove even a more fit for purpose group can be nimble, can be fast. Tell us, what is the argument you make? Because you're in these rooms with a lot of the decision makers. It's the same donors for that whole ecosystem. Can an organization that is dedicated to climate finance and adaptation in low-income countries, can it be what it needs to be? Is 50 by 30 on a path to success?
I hope so. That's our commitment. Again, coming back to, can they do it all? No, they can't do it all. And they themselves, I think, recognize it, or if not, they should recognize it. They have a model. They can adjust the model, but if we don't empower a much vaster network of organizations, they work with governments, and then on the private sector side, they work with a set of entities. But they have historically not been well positioned to do the smaller transactions, the smaller projects. What is called also in the industry, the ticket size is high. We need to be able to do that with a set of actors that they support, but we also need to do with many others. And by the way, even the reforms that we are talking about at the moment in terms of the multilateral development banks, for them to take more risk and be able, by doing so, to invest a lot more resources. But again, as I said, there are certain things that they can't do because their shareholders want them to retain their AAA credit rating. And so for that, they will, as long as they have that as a goal in terms of their shareholder base, they can only go so far.
And that's where you come in. And that's really where all of us come in. Everybody's been watching your appointment. We've been following this closely because there's been a strong sense that a turnaround was needed. And I'm thrilled to have you here after a year telling us how that's going. Please join me in thanking Mafalda Duarte.
Thank you, Raj.
And don't go anywhere because we are going to continue. I'm going to stay right here with all of you and invite to the stage our next panelists for our next session. Sarita Gupta, who is a vice president of U.S. programs at the Ford Foundation, and Mustafa Kadri, who is the founder and CEO of Equidem. Please have a seat here. There you go, Sarita. Thank you. So I'll just tell you my little vignette. I've got the experts who are going to tell me the truth. But I was at a conference recently, and I spoke to a professor in India. He's based in North India. And we were talking about the climate. And he said, I actually had this interesting experience. We were noticing negative health effects for women higher than for men among agricultural workers. And we sort of thought, why is that? And we thought, well, we know the area is getting hotter. Temperatures are rising. But you can always just drink more water. And that we talked to the men, and they said, we're drinking more water. And he said, it took us a while, and I'm ashamed to say, but once we finally went and spoke to the women, we found, well, actually, they were purposely not drinking more water because they didn't have safe access to a toilet. And so that was the first time that my eyes were open to this issue. And then I got to know what you're doing at Forge, which is a collaboration of philanthropies that are working on really elevating this issue of women, their labor, especially migrant women, and how the climate is changing and scrambling this dynamic in a way that I think is hopefully raising attention for all of us. And we're thrilled at Devex to be partnering with you. We've got this Women Rising series of content that you should see. So tell us sort of what was the impetus behind Forge, behind this work. What's the issue that's happening out there in the world today that you're trying to raise awareness for?
I love that story that you just gave, and we're thrilled to be in partnership with Devex on this series. But that story is exactly what we're trying to address and raise awareness of, that there are very vulnerable workers who are being impacted by climate crisis, and you overlay that with gender-based violence and harassment. So I do want to just take a minute to talk about that, because that's part of what we're trying to lift up here, is that for generations, women have carried the very heavy burden of gender-based violence and harassment in the world of work around the globe. And from garment workers to flower fields, we hear stories that really relay a very painful truth about how inequality and injustice are woven into the fabric of our economies. And so for years, women workers have, without any kind of meaningful domestic legislation protecting women workers, and without any international covenants that are protecting women workers, they began to campaign alongside trade unionists, alongside human rights leaders, to really secure and manifest the kinds of protections that they needed, which resulted actually in this landmark ILO Convention 190, which recognized for the first time in an international instrument the right to a world of work free of violence and harassment. And the reason that is so important to name is because this is the 5th anniversary. Actually, this is the 5th year. It's the 5th anniversary of Convention 190. And what we're realizing is as much progress that has been made, which there has been tremendous around the world, we know that the threat of climate crisis actually threatens this progress. So we can talk more about that.
Yeah, well, I'd love to get Mustafa in the discussion because this is something you studied a lot as a human rights scholar, researcher, as an author, and a journalist. And I was particularly interested in your work around the World Cup in Qatar. And, we remember, I think many of us, all the stories of migrant workers there building, all of the facilities needed for a global event like that, and the conditions, the heat. What does it mean to be a worker today under a changing climate, and how important are these kind of new way of thinking about the world of work? How important is it?
Yeah, absolutely. Firstly, thank you so much
for this panel. It's such a key issue to talk about. The key thing to mention is that climate is obviously changing our planet. As Sarita said, workers are really at the front line of that, particularly low-wage, at-risk workers. You mentioned Qatar. In our work, we found obviously workers building the stadiums were not only deprived from access to water, they deliberately give them buckets of ice because they were worried about them taking too many toilet breaks, but that also the women workers in Bangladesh who were making the garments as merchandise for that tournament were actually facing heat stress in the factories. And so, in fact, because our organization is quite unique, we are a human rights research organization, but all our research is done by workers and former survivors of modern slavery. That forces us to listen to what they're personally facing in places like the Gulf, in South Asia and Africa. And so it's not just something that, we're worried about this issue, let's get involved in it, but workers are themselves talking about how they're experiencing it. And also really critically, it's actually impacting value, it's impacting the economy. And yet because workers don't have a voice in developing policy, in discussing with enterprises and states on how to address it, it means, in fact, their interventions that could actually help their lives and improve the economy are being lost in that process.
And a lot of these are informal workers, right? How does that impact this? Because, of course, you think about the International Labor Organization, ILO, you think of the trade union movements around the world arguing for better conditions. But in many cases, these are informal workers, maybe even street vendors, right? How do you involve them in this kind of conversation? What do you think can be done from a policy standpoint to support them?
Yeah, it's great. I'm so glad you raised that, because it is about some of the most vulnerable workers are informal workers. So think manual laborers, street vendors, domestic workers, waste pickers, and migrant laborers that are really at the forefront of this and lack often the kinds of labor and social protections that are needed. And so it's really, really critical that they are at the table helping to design the policies on the front end, and that it's also critical that climate change policy is inclusive of this issue of gender-based violence and harassment in the world of work, that these intersections need to come together so workers can be putting the solutions forward in a meaningful way. And I just want to build on something Mustafa said, which is, according to the World Bank, I just want to read this stat to you all. It estimates that climate-induced migration will force 140 million people across sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and Latin America to move. And we know that migration exposes women to GBVH, including human trafficking, forced labor, sexual assault, and along the migration route. So this is why it is really critical that we actually bring policy solutions forward, and that workers, whether it's through unions or through organizations like we've seen happen, actually are at the table developing these policies.
And Mustafa, what are some of the kinds of policy solutions you're hearing from workers themselves that they would like to see?
Yeah, and it's a really key question. I mean, so a lot of it, interestingly, I want to stress this, is there are solutions to these things that are, if not off the shelf, actually can be delivered. So much of it is around occupational safety and health. So that means, for example, existing ISO standards, making sure, for example, that if they're working in the field, say agriculture workers, or they're in factories, during the hottest periods of the day, there are rest periods, there's adequate, ventilation and cooling. Often in factories, the product has that cooling technology, the workers don't have it. The other thing, though, and to build on what Sarita said, is, it's forms of representation. And that might be organizing in certain contexts. In other contexts where the workers are informal, it's using other methods. But what you find then is that because you're dealing with not just dozens or hundreds of workers, but thousands, if not millions, on a practical level, you need to be doing that, because it's not enough just on the enterprise level or one-to-one to address it. And so what workers are talking about when you have those conversations is thinking about, for each different context, are there ways, for example, having different types of shifts? If workers work later shifts or in nighttime when it's cooler, making sure that they have more time of rest. Of course, we're talking about mostly women workers.
Right, so there's safety issues if they're going to be working later at night.
And they're mothers as well. So making sure that that social protection is also available. I should just very quickly say, sorry for the shameless plug, but we have a new briefing out, and it is very brief, hence the name. But one thing that we've tried to do is not just talk about the problems of climate change and gender in the workplace, but also the solutions. And I want to really emphasize that there are things that we can do that will be good for the economy, but critically can actually save lives, can change lives. That's the key thing.
Yeah, and it sounds like part of it, even for consumers, I'm sure there's a lot of people who wouldn't want to know that they purchased a product that was kept cool, but the worker who made it wasn't, right? And these are the kind of things, the more you can add transparency to that process, the more likely you are to get change. Maybe, Sarita, we can end on just kind of a big picture point, which is, you felt the need at the Ford Foundation and other foundations to come together and to create this coalition because we're at a certain moment in the global economy, right? Things are shifting. Well, what is that shift that you see that means that you, the foundations who are part of this, but all of us in this community need to sort of rise up and pay more attention?
Yeah, I mean, I think a few shifts I would lift up. 6 out of 10 workers worldwide work in the informal economy. So let's be clear about that. 6 out of 10, which means many of them are working in conditions where they don't have labor or social protection. So that's one. The second dynamic I would lift up is the importance of ensuring, again, that workers have voice, that there's worker power is essential in this process. And in fact, I just want to cite, there's this great report that just came out yesterday by the Solidarity Center that actually shows, going to the garment sector in Cambodia, that union versus non-unionized workplaces, there was a huge difference in terms of workers who were experiencing heat-induced stress and fainting. There was actually a horrible case where there were over 360 workers at a garment factory in Cambodia who had fainted over a course of 3 days. So just to make it real for people. So those are the kinds of dynamics that we're talking about. So when you do that, you bring that together with everything Mustafa said about the reality of climate change. We felt as funders that it was important to break our silos as funders, that we need feminist funders, labor funders, climate funders to actually come together and collaborate. And in fact, at Forge, we actually have created a collaboration. We have a fund that we just launched that we would invite many funders to come join us to actually address this intersection of climate change and gender-based violence and harassment. And it just, again, this interconnectedness of climate change, gender-based work, and labor rights is really a critical part of the puzzle of solutions.
I think so too. And like I said, it's something that's got newly aware for me. And I think for this community, it's an important lens on a number of other trends we're familiar with, but this is a really important way to look at it. So we're all going to read Mustafa's report.
Yes.
We're all going to visit the Women Rising website and check out some of the great stories and content, which really brings a lot of this to life. And thank you for bringing this to our state.
And if you're a funder, definitely join the Democracy at Work Fund. So thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking Sarita Gupta, Mustafa Kadri. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, we are going to continue the conversation here talking about LGBTQIA inclusion and development. And I'm delighted to be joined here by Jay Gilliam, who's the Senior LGBTQI Coordinator at USAID. So Jay, thank you so much for joining us today.
It's great to be here.
So I think if you look back historically, we've come a long way with LGBTQ rights, right? There's been some backlash and some stuff lately that I want to get into. But first, could you talk about how you've seen this evolve within USAID and evolve in your policies and programming to really include LGBTQ inclusion in the way you do your work?
Yeah, for sure. Well, first of all, just thank you for having me here. And I really appreciate having this topic on the development agenda during the UN General Assembly week, because I think it's one that probably goes unnoticed quite a bit. I've been at USAID in this position for nearly 3 years. I also served during the Obama administration at USAID as well. And so I've been able to see over almost a decade the trajectory of our LGBTQI plus portfolio at USAID. And I think I'll just say a couple of things around how I've seen it change. I think one, it really started with how do we make sure LGBTQI plus persons that were impacted and affected by HIV and AIDS, how do we make sure that they're taken care of? And so there was a strand of work early on at USAID with our HIV and AIDS program through PEPFAR that really targeted LGBTQI plus community members. But we know that was mainly gay men, men who have sex with men, and trans persons, particularly trans women. The other way that USAID has historically really been targeting LGBTQI plus persons is through its human rights work. And really, actually, when I started at USAID, that's where this portfolio of work set with our Human Rights, Democracy and Governance Bureau, and really with the Human Rights team. And how can we ensure the protection of LGBTQI plus persons and their human rights? But I think over the past couple of years, we've been really working hard to expand the framing of LGBTQI plus inclusion in the development space. We acknowledge that still too many people in the community are impacted by HIV and AIDS. Too many people are impacted by the backsliding of human rights for LGBTQI plus persons. And so those can continue to be a cornerstone of the work that we're doing. But we also know that there are broader needs that LGBTQI plus community members have that can be answered and responded to by a lot of other work that we do in the development space. And I've had the privilege of meeting LGBTQI plus community members in my travels in this position. And I hear about the ways that they want USA to be working on economic empowerment and livelihoods programs. They want USA to be looking at other parts of our global health agenda that make sure they have access to all the different health services that too often LGBTQI plus members are left out of. They want to make sure that as we are doing our gender-based violence program, for us to understand and respond with activities in ways that is inclusive of LGBTQI plus persons. And so we've been working really hard, and in particularly with our LGBTQI plus inclusive development policy that we released last year, really taking this holistic approach around inclusive development and looking at ways that throughout the various sectors that we work in, LGBTQI plus persons can be included in that.
Yeah, and I think that there is a lot of work and discussion, particularly around providing services to people living with HIV/AIDS. And as you say, it's LGBTQ people are in all facets of life and all of the programming you do and thinking about that lens. But I do want to talk about, some of the criminalization of homosexuality in some of the countries and where USAID operates and how you balance being able to provide services to people, whether it's HIV/AIDS treatment or MPOX or, any kind of intervention with the safety of those patients, the safety maybe even your own staff who may identify under that umbrella. So how are you thinking about that as an agency and finding that balance?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tricky. And I think, each month we see more and more LGBTQI plus communities being targeted around the world. And that is definitely something that we're thinking about. Part of the policy that we really focus on, one of the goals and objectives is to make sure that as we are looking at do no harm to community members and our program participants, that we don't utilize that to do nothing. And it's really important to think about, as you're working with any marginalized community, any group that is in a vulnerable situation, that we need to maybe reframe the way that we think about risk and working with these communities. And we want people to think about it as risk mitigation, as a way to say that there's no way that there's going to be 0% harm in working, but as long as you are working in community with these groups, that you are understanding the risk that they want to be taking, as you are understanding the risk that they want us as donors to be taking, how can we come up with a plan that really mitigates the risk and being able to support them? And so I think that's one of the things that we really push people on, whether those are our own staff at USAID our partners is to really think about, yes, we want people to uphold do no harm, but we want people to really lean in and think about the failure to not act. What does that mean? And obviously, when communities are left out of development programs, there's a lot more at risk for them. And so we need to make sure that we're mitigating risk, that we're balancing that, so that we can truly deliver the services and support that they're asking us to do.
Yeah, and so mentioned we've made a lot of progress, right? But there's been a resurgence of backlash here in the U.S. and globally. I know you used to be with HRC, Human Rights Campaign, that does a lot of great work in advocacy here and abroad. But I want to understand, so Wall Street Journal just reported the other day that Russia is actually funding anti-LGBTQ activism in the African continent. And so is that something that's on your radar and you're thinking about how the role of USAID and US government in being able to counterbalance what might be funding, not even just people not paying attention to these issues, but actively funding against them?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that we think about. One of the things that often gets painted around global LGBTQI plus work is that it is a Western imposition, right? That it is only the US, it's only the Western countries that are supporting this. But I always say everywhere that I've gone, there are LGBTQI plus people, there are LGBTQI plus advocates that are working. This goes back to the localization agenda that we have at USAID. And I know a couple of panels ago, they were really talking about the need to support groups in country to really have their back so that they can be stronger advocates for themselves. And so I always go back to say, this is not just something that we are obsessed with in the US. This is something that their own citizens are asking them to do, to stand up for their rights, to make sure that they have access to social services, to give them the dignity of life to live freely, no matter who they are or who they love. And so I also know that it's often really difficult and challenging to be able to lift up particular voices in these countries because of some of the dangers that you've noted, and making sure that they can stay safe and secure. But I always want people to know that LGBTQI plus persons are everywhere and they need to be respected. And part of the work that we are doing at USAID is to make sure that they have a voice in this work. And we don't only do it because it's the right thing to do, but we also do it because it's the right smart development in terms of what we're doing. We know that there are studies that say more inclusive democracies are stronger. We know that there's research that says more inclusive economies with LGBTQI plus persons are stronger economies. There's one study that says that as growing rights for LGBTQI plus persons are included, countries' GDP can go up as much as $2,000. So this is work that countries should be on notice about because this is better for their own development and their own citizens.
Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit also how you approach this even practically within your programs, and how you talk about the work, how you talk about these communities, and maybe any advice you have for other organizations here in the room or tuning in online that are looking to work with these groups, and particularly maybe in locations where it could even be dangerous for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all, just being able to reframe how you think about LGBTQI plus persons in the countries where you work, to think more broadly outside of the sectors of HIV and AIDS, outside of the sectors of human rights. So if you're working in the agriculture sector, think about, are your programs reaching LGBTQI plus community members? Are there ways that you can be supporting LGBTQI plus farmers in that space? Make sure that as you are thinking about all the different other marginalized groups like women and girls, like Indigenous persons, like youth, make sure LGBTQI plus persons are part of that conversation and part of your analysis that you're doing when you're thinking about inclusive development, because I bet that there is a way that you can be reaching LGBTQI plus groups. I think the second thing that I would say is make sure that you are getting to know LGBTQI plus communities in the countries where you work. Make sure that you're having consultations with them, that you're meeting with them, that you're understanding what their priorities are. And I bet they go beyond just human rights protections, right? One of the things that I often hear when I'm traveling and meeting with groups is that they want us to be doing economic empowerment and livelihoods programs. They want the dignity to earn a living for themselves, to be independent. And oftentimes our programs aren't really reaching them. So really make sure that you are going out to meet and get to know LGBTQI+ groups, because that's going to obviously make it easier to bring them into your work. And then I just want to underscore again that do no harm does not mean do nothing. You want to make sure that it's going to take a little bit of risk to work with LGBTQI+ communities, but they want us to be able to take on that risk using the privilege that we have as donors, as implementing partners to be able to do this work. And there are ways that we can be mitigating the risk while we're working with them.
Yeah, so really taking that intersectional lens. So we have a little election coming up. And, there's a lot at stake for a lot of communities. And I know the LGBTQIA community is quite concerned about which way this next election will go, and some of the things that have been written in the Project 2025 report, particularly targeting DEI and other kind of inclusion programming. So what are you thinking about that at USAID, and how this could potentially, which way this goes, either undo some of the work that you've done, or thinking about how you can build in this into the organization and the work and the DNA in a way that it wouldn't necessarily be vulnerable to changes in the political winds?
Yeah, that's definitely a challenging question, and something that is on top of mind for everyone. I think, again, us taking a multi-sector approach, looking at ways LGBTQIA+ communities can be part of and engaged in all different parts of the development space, and the space that we are working in is really important to that. Making sure that, again, people understand that this is smart development that we're doing, and that it is not just LGBTQI+ persons where inclusive development matters. Our office and the team that I lead is part of a broader inclusive development hub that works with youth, that works with Indigenous persons, that work with persons with disabilities, and many other groups in vulnerable situations and marginalized communities. And just because we're focusing on LGBTQI+ persons doesn't undermine the argument that inclusive development is really smart for everyone. And we have to focus on bringing up the most marginalized if we really want to make the most important development gains.
And when you think about programming for these populations, is it something you really are just looking to mainstream across everything you do, or even have specific programming and funding?
Yeah, it's not an either or, it's both and. And so it's going to take some targeted programming that is particular for LGBTQI+ communities. So for example, we manage a activity called the Global Human Rights Initiative, where we are working to combat criminalization, discrimination, violence and discrimination against LGBTQI+ communities. And also look at the research in terms of how can we make sure that we are centering LGBTQI+ communities in this research that we're doing in terms of making the broader argument around development. And so that is definitely one example. But we also do want to mainstream. Like I said, if there is an agricultural program and there are opportunities for you to consult with LGBTQI+ groups to bring them into that, that is also another way. And so I don't think of it as a either or, but I think of it as a both and, because it's going to take both ways to really make sure that we're making gains.
Well, in our closing time together, I know it definitely talked about some of the doom and gloom of things that maybe afraid of happening around the world. But maybe you can share just even one story or an anecdote, data point that shows a bright spot of how things have been improving for this community.
Sure, yeah. Well, this past February, I had a chance to travel to Uganda. Everyone probably is aware of their Anti-Homosexuality Act that they passed and put into law last May. But immediately following that, USAID was able to make sure that we had some rapid response support to communities there, making sure that we were able to provide legal and medical assistance, relocation assistance. And that was done in coordination with the local group. And so I got to go and visit with our partners there, visit with program participants as part of that. And it was just really heartening to know that even in a context where it is the utmost challenging for communities, and in a space where it's challenging for donors to be able to continue to work and make a commitment there, that we were able to do so. And I'm also just really proud. There were some LGBTQIA+ advocates from Uganda in town a couple of weeks ago in Washington, D.C., and so I also got to meet with them. And they noted to me how life-saving it was for USA to be there as a partner with them, and also how empowering it was for them to be able to lead in that work, to partner with us as a local organization to be able to do that, and also that we are continuing our commitment to them, that we are continuing to partner with them not only in that emergency assistance, but also finding ways to change hearts and minds, whether that is engaging with academic communities, with faith communities, and also looking at ways that we can support them in economic empowerment and livelihoods programs. And so again, that's another way where we are not only making this short-term commitment to communities that are most at risk, but also being there for the longer term.
Well, Jay, thank you so much for your time today, and thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call my colleague, Catherine Cheney, to the stage for our next discussion.
Hello, everybody. And we have a couple more sessions coming up from you as we close out the day. So please come in and join us. Come closer to the stage if you can. I mentioned earlier today that we love to break news here on the Devex stage, and we're about to do that in this next session. So I'm particularly excited about that. I want to go ahead and welcome our speakers to the stage as I set up this session and talk about this partnership. So we are joined by Keller Ronaldo Clifton, the CEO of Zipline. Keller, come on up. We're also joined by Dr. Abdu Mukhtar, who's the National Coordinator for the Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain in Nigeria. Dr. Mukhtar, welcome. And finally, we're also joined by Marie-Ange Saraka Yao, who's the Chief Resource Mobilization and Growth Officer at Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. Thank you so much for joining us. So I mentioned we're breaking some news here. Oh, are you sharing a chair? Would you like me to scoot down one? Okay, this is partnership. I love it. We're going to get cozy here. So in this session, in partnership with Zipline and the Outcomes Accelerator, we're actually announcing a new partnership and exploring this partnership. And this really has the potential to revolutionize healthcare delivery in Nigeria. So I'll give the basics and then we'll go in further depth. But Nigeria has recently signed a memorandum of understanding with Zipline, which I know this well as someone who's covered tech for a long time for Devex, but if you don't know, Zipline is the global leader in autonomous drone technology. They will be expanding Nigeria's drone infrastructure nationwide and Zipline's drone infrastructure nationwide across Nigeria. And this is set to create the world's largest autonomous logistics system. So a number of organizations have come together to back this partnership. It aims to tackle some of Nigeria's most pressing health challenges. And we're going to talk about how this partnership came together and some of the emerging lessons. So to start, I want to hear from Keller. Again, Keller, it's really a pleasure to be seated next to you. I've followed Zipline's journey for a long time. And I wonder if you can tell us a bit more about this partnership with Nigeria. What impact do you hope it will have? And I know part of the transformative potential of drone delivery is what it can mean for rural areas. So tell us more about that.
Yeah, I mean, so, for those who aren't familiar, Zipline originally launched commercially in Rwanda in 2016, serving one hospital. Today, we serve 4,500 hospitals globally. We've flown about 95 million commercial autonomous miles. We serve about 45 million people. We deliver 75% of the national blood supply of multiple different countries fully autonomously. We've been able to reduce maternal mortality by about 51% across the hospitals we serve in several countries. We've delivered 20 million doses of vaccine. And as we expanded, people always said Nigeria would be the most important place to take this technology. And so about 2 years ago, we launched at a state level in Nigeria. Today, we operate 2 distribution centers in Kaduna, one in Bayelsa and one in Cross River. But especially when we started to see the work that the Nigerian government was doing, Tinubu's administration, Minister Pate, there are really exciting things afoot in Nigeria. There's this incredible vision to really transform healthcare nationally. It became clear to us that we wanted to be part of that national vision. And so that's why we're so excited about this announcement.
So you mentioned that Nigeria would be the critical place to bring this technology. I want to go to Dr. Mukhtar now and hear Why is that? And can you expand on some of the unique challenges that Nigeria's healthcare system faces that perhaps Zipline is poised to help you address?
Look, thank you. Good afternoon. And since I'm talking on behalf of Nigeria, I will start by recognizing the presence of the Honorable Minister of State for Health for Nigeria, Dr. Tunji Alosa. Doctor, I think you're here, who is driving the agenda with his colleague, Dr. Pate, in Nigeria. And so look, what we're doing in Nigeria, we have a broad healthcare agenda that is anchored on 4 pillars. The first one is governance, ensuring accountability, transparency. The second one is addressing population health outcomes, reducing maternal mortality, child mortality, and disease burden in certain areas using, therapeutics and so on and so forth. And the third one is unlocking the healthcare value chain. And when we look at all of this, we're looking at solutions. And across all of these pillars, technology is actually one of the pillars that we are recognized as one of the key pillars. And when we look out there and see what Zipline is doing, in terms of logistics, whatever you want to do. So if you're reducing maternal mortality because you want to deliver blood and broad products faster, if you want to reduce child mortality because you want to deliver vaccines to rural areas, I think those are the kind of things that they're doing. And we feel that for us is addressing these challenges in primary healthcare delivery, in secondary healthcare delivery, and that is what we're trying to do with Zipline.
You often hear how the best kinds of partnerships between external partners and governments is obviously to align with the government's vision. So can you tell us, how does what Zipline delivers align with your vision? And let's talk kind of in the 5-year time frame. How does this align with your vision for the next 5 years?
So in 5 years' time, so when you look at the pillars that I've talked about, making sure that, you are able to bring about accountability in terms of supply of products, what Zipline is doing, just, using the technology and making sure you deliver, you will be able to reduce, wastage in, whatever it is, vaccines and therapeutics. You'll be able to be accountable, you know exactly what you're delivering, so you're able to reach more people. If you look at in terms of making sure, you deliver therapeutics, we have a very broad agenda for local production of healthcare products that we want to also be able to deliver. But if you look at also the structure of Nigeria, huge country, 230 million people, many places in the rural areas, so just using this technology that will be strategically located in places will actually bring about, improvement in many of these numbers. And we can go through, in terms of, you'll be able to save lives, you'll be able to help mothers who need blood transfusion in hospitals faster. You'll be able to reach, zero dose, children that are not vaccinated, that are not receiving the vaccinated because they're in difficult to reach areas, So really, for us in Nigeria, this partnership, and again, what Zipline is doing is we call it is like God sent, is the perfect solution. Mm-hmm. We're looking to do this, and I think it will help us. And we're very clear that the numbers that we are citing are actually very conservative. When we're done in 5 years' time, we think that the potential impact on ground for people, for citizens of Nigeria will be huge.
So I want to get into the mechanics of this partnership. I do think it holds lessons for others looking to do innovative global health partnerships. I want to come to Marie-Ange in a moment because Gavi is a seed funder of this partnership, which we'll talk about. But first, I have a question for Keller on the mechanics. So the Outcomes Accelerator and Total Impact Capital have been early supporters of this initiative, and it's part of a shared mission to mainstream outcomes-based approaches. So we hear that a lot. We hear this term. But can you elaborate on how Zipline's data platform allows for that kind of measurable outcomes partnership?
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like sometimes my job as the entrepreneur is to be a little provocative. So to be a little bit provocative, we've spent decades, like 100 years, having aid be primarily based on a structure of pay for actions. Mm-hmm. And it's really difficult, I think, to get the efficiency and agility and innovation that you want if you're paying for actions rather than paying for results. Mm-hmm. And so I do think that there is a big transformation coming that is largely going to be an exciting and really great thing where we're saying, look, like we need to start paying for performance and paying for results. And anybody who thinks that they can achieve results, whether it's a nonprofit company or a government actor or a for-profit, private entity, great. Who cares? We shouldn't discriminate. We should be driving to achieve results at the lowest price possible. And so I think that a lot of the work that we've done with those partners you mentioned is really setting up innovative new financing mechanisms to help partners throughout the global healthcare space figure out how they can start paying for results and performance rather than paying for actions. And again, this is how most of the global economy works. And so I think it's like kind of inevitable that we're going to have to figure out how to make this work. And I think the benefits, particularly for countries and for patients, are going to be huge if we can figure out how to do that.
And key to that in your model is this data platform. Like what Zipline delivers is not just drones, but you're tracking this performance.
Yeah, I mean, and so, last quick idea is that, the advantage of these kinds of autonomous systems, robotics, automation is that it is going to make systems way more transparent. You get a huge amount of data. You have a clear database. You know every delivery, GPS coordinates, who is delivered to, exact timestamp, and making things, particularly like logistics systems, fully accountable and observable is going to be huge for ensuring that things get to where they need to go and, reducing other kinds of problems we see in supply chains.
Just quickly, I want to get Dr. Mukhtar on this. In terms of results-based financing, which again, we hear all the time, why does that matter for you in a partnership like this one, that's core to the way the partnership is designed?
Yeah, look, there are so many challenges, right? I mean, there's so many ways where you can challenge your resources too. And we feel that when it's results-based, then is efficient, is based on specific business cases, is also is something that should be sustainable. We are not really relying on donor funding is not going to be long-term sustainable, and so it's a mix of multiple pots of money from the government, and we are going to put our money where our mouth is. Nigerian government is actually going to support this very strongly, put in resources, but it's also bringing potential partners on the donor side that you can mobilize. But the important thing is when you're seeing results. And again, when you are channeling public funds, you're also looking at the results. So if you are saving lives, if you are reducing wastage, if you are increasing the number of children that you need through immunization, if you are increasing delivering blood faster and therefore saving lives. So you can all tie those to specific results. And I think that's why it comes in. And so it's not just financing for financing's sake, but it's financing that is actually coming because it's well thought out, it's well planned, and is going to generate a sustainable model.
So Marie-Ange, I want to bring you into this because just as I have followed Zipline's growth for a long time, I've also followed Gavi's work with great interest, and especially Gavi's work to support innovation, including through Infuse, which you really helped to spearhead within Gavi. So you're on the lookout for innovations worth scaling. And as I mentioned, Gavi is a seed funder of this partnership. Why do you see this as an innovation worth scaling? And how does this partnership and your support of it align with Gavi's strategy?
Yes, I think Gavi has a true commitment to accelerating access, of course, of immunization to the kid, to the mother, to the end user, and we want really, and we have, spent some time focusing on doing that with cutting edge, scalable innovations like Zipline. So we started to partner with Zipline in 2016 in Rwanda. And now, of course, expanded to Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and want to do much more. And one, Côte d'Ivoire, of course.
Côte d'Ivoire, if you didn't.
Sometimes you talk about your own country last. And of course, what we see in solutions like Ziplines is that it allows us to break really the barriers that prevent us from really reaching that last mile, that kid or that mother that is on top of the mountain in Madagascar or in an underserved community somewhere. And through this partnership, talking about outcome, we have seen very, very quickly incredible results, in terms of, often you have a lot of missed opportunities. And now we are really dabbling on, actually reaching the people, having 24-hour service. You never heard about this before, and especially during the COVID-19 through In Ghana, for example, they were able to have 24/7 service. I know it's true here on the next door.
We take it for granted here.
Yes, but so I think this type of access is incredibly important. So we are extremely, extremely pleased to be announcing this partnership and this seed funding, with the government of Nigeria and Zipline. And of course, what's extraordinary is that we bring together a lot of our founders. Of course, we have the UK government that is matching up, this type of investment, and other private sector funders that are very important, UPS Foundation, ELMA, and others. So for us, it's really about scaling and bringing much faster the impact, and it's aligned very well. We just in June launched in Paris our next strategic cycle that is 5 years, that will end in 2030. And there the idea is really, it took us 20 years to reach 1 billion children, to help immunize 1 billion children. We promised to do it in half the time. And it's so this acceleration in half the time can only happen with this type of, cutting edge technologies.
So we have very limited time left. So I'll go back to you for quick final words. But part of what's been so interesting about Zipline's journey and about this partnership is you have a range of stakeholders together, right? You have players from global health, you have governments, of course, but also the private sector. I know Zipline's attracted a lot of private investment over the years. What's a final message you want to leave this audience with, message, call to action, in terms of the kinds of partnership needed for more of these sorts of models to take hold? Again, very quickly, we're out of time, but I want to squeeze in a quick last word from each of you. So Keller, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, two high-level thoughts. One is that through this partnership, Nigeria is going to become the largest commercial autonomous system on Earth, period. Bigger than the United States, bigger than Japan, bigger than Europe. So I think, what is exciting here is I don't think people have fully conceptualized what's possible, especially for countries that are willing to leapfrog into the future. We will be serving, we'll build 12 more distribution centers, and the plan is to serve half of the population of Nigeria, predominantly in rural areas. That's pretty exciting to me, and I think it's just scratching the surface of what's possible. The second idea is something that actually President Kagame, Rwanda was the first country we launched in, something President Kagame told me like 6 years ago. He said, "Keller, you have no idea. We want trade, not aid, trade, not aid, trade, not aid." He was like, "We are sick of parachute aid, people flying in, business class to put on a democracy seminar. What we need is foreign direct investment, technology, entrepreneurship, and jobs." We should listen to him. I think there is a really exciting transformation coming in this overall space. We have got to start listening, and I really hope that this partnership, bringing together, $1 billion of venture capital that Zipline's been able to raise, amazing partners in global health, visionary, government healthcare system, bringing together these partners to show what's possible. I really hope that others might choose to follow in these footsteps.
Given limited time, we may need to end on that, but I want to thank you all for taking the time to join us. Thank you to Zipline and the Outcomes Accelerator for your partnership on this session. And thank you for choosing Devex and this audience as a place to announce this partnership. We're excited to follow it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to welcome my colleague Raj Kumar back to the stage, along with Ankur Vora, Chief Strategy Officer at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, for our closing conversation this afternoon.
Perfectly right. All right. Well, I am thrilled that our closing session is with my friend Ankur Vora, the Chief Strategy Officer of the Gates Foundation. Yeah, have a seat here. I get some say in these matters, very few, but I said, how can we close out this session? We've been on the stage for 4 days now, and we've heard from everybody across a range of sectors and topics who can help stitch some of this together. And for me, that's you. I think I've got maybe the best job in global development, but probably the second best, because Ankur here is the Chief Strategy Officer at the Gates Foundation. You're a chief advisor to Bill. What is this job? What does it mean to be a Chief Strategy Officer there? What is it like to work directly with Bill Gates?
All right. Yes, it is the coolest job on the planet. I will compete. Yes. The I think the reason is, so I'll tell you a little bit about the job. My job is effectively, the Gates Foundation focuses on survive and thrive, lives and livelihoods, making sure mothers and babies don't die. And these are meaningful problems, but they're really hard problems to solve. And as we get closer to the finish line, it gets harder and harder. And so part of my job is to make sure that we are picking the right strategies, working with the right partners, just effectively doing the right things to make sure that we're delivering on that promise. And so part of my job is to help develop those strategies. Part of my job is to make sure we're looking at our performance and see whether we're actually achieving the things that we set out to achieve. And then if you're not, then we course correct, we resource reallocate. And so I get to do a lot of the entire spectrum. And I'll say one more thing, which is the thing that's really cool about it is that I get to work on issues which are really meaningful, like the injustices of our times, and get to do it with my heart and my head. So it's cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. One reason people come to the UN General Assembly Week, I think, is to sort of figure out the moment we're in. Yeah. Like, how is the context changing? And it feels like you've been at the Gates Foundation for quite a while. The context is changing a lot, including in philanthropy. I mean, obviously now it's just the Gates Foundation. Melinda Gates is doing her own thing. Yep. I'm going to be interviewing Howie Buffett for Devex role on October 24th, and he and his siblings will have $150 billion to distribute. And they've chosen now not to go through the Gates Foundation, right? They're doing their own thing. Mackenzie Scott is doing her own thing with a very large budget. So the environment has really shifted. How do you see the context now as you're trying to achieve those same objectives you've mentioned, but in this new moment we're in?
I think everybody in this audience probably knows this, but it's useful to ground folks on where we are. We kind of did this amazing job during the MDGs. When the Millennium Development Goals started in early 2000s, we had 10 million children dying before their 5th birthday. At the end of the MDGs, that was half the number, 5 million children dying. And 5 million children is still a huge number, but that was amazing progress. A third of the population was below the poverty line, and now we're down to less than a tenth of the population below the poverty line. So it was great progress. So it's great. And then we started that trend in SDGs, and COVID hit, and we hit a wall. And so last year was the midpoint of the SDGs, and you and I, we all showed up over here, and we looked at the scorecard, and we're like, ooh, this doesn't look really good. And we looked ahead and we saw what was going to happen in the second half of the game. And it was just significantly more uphill because there was less money. There were more competing issues in the world. And so things were just looking grim. But I kind of have hope. That's not the end of the story. And so hopefully we'll talk a little bit about the hope portion of it. And it does feel a little bit like the moon landing story, where in the beginning it was exciting, it was great, and then we ran into challenges. We're like, oh, I don't know, we don't have the math, we don't have the physics for it. But then we dug deep and we solved that.
It does feel like we're in that challenging moment, and different philanthropists are thinking about different approaches. And the Gates Foundation, I think, is sticking with this strategy of saying we're going to be very strategy directed, right? You've got real targets on very specific things like, on malaria or on child nutrition. Yep. And you're going to try to be as directive as you can to get to those goals. It's a hard thing to do when governments are pulling back. Yep. And I think about the case of polio, where the Gates Foundation was super successful. You guys got all these governments to fund it with you. Then you were able to pull back a little so you could put your money to other areas. And then governments sort of said, let's call their bluff. And you saw the UK cut their funding by 95% to polio. So in a moment when you're doing a lot, $8.5 billion this year, but all those other foundations I mentioned are out there and many others. Yep. Do you think we're at a point where governments are going to start pulling away from global health because they say, well, let the Gates Foundation do it?
So as context, the governments are just by a huge margin larger than anything that foundations do. So philanthropy's role is to focus on things that governments can't do and private sector won't do. So the best philanthropies are going to be focused on innovation and trying to do things that can catalyze the money that the government spend. So You're right. UK, France, Germany, each one of them cut their budgets by about $1 billion each, which is a meaningful hit. Even the money that is going to aid is now getting, the pie is getting divided into many more issues. Ukraine is taking a chunk of it. Climate change is an important issue that takes a chunk of it. Migrant issues take an chunk of it. So yes, the pie is shrinking. Especially African countries, the debt crisis has made things harder. So yes, it does. On the financial front, it does look grim. But there are two places of hope for me. So one is there are countries which are receiving countries, which are now changing gears. So India used to be the receiver of aid. Now I think so most cutting edge innovation for global health and global development is happening over there. And what is cool is not just that the innovation's happening over there, it's the innovations are happening by the people who are going to use it. So the agenda setting is done correctly. They're working on the right solutions. They're developed in a manner of robustness so that it's going to work in the village in India. It's at a price point that makes sense. They're breaking the cost curves. And the people who are innovating are the people who are actually interested in making sure that it gets scaled. So now you have this group of people who are, they're changing the game. And so what used to take 5 to 10 years for an innovation to start to get to scale, now we're talking about things happening in 5 to 10 months. So that's just a game changer. So that was one,
That's a big one. And in fact, we've had some of those people here during the last few days. I was on stage with one young man who was a rocket scientist working on defense industry in India. And now he said, I got to get out of this and do something more meaningful. And he is now designed, and he had on stage a little monitor for mothers to be, pregnant women, to keep on their belly that works wirelessly, that sends data about the health of the baby. Amazing stuff. It's cheap and can be used, anywhere.
Yep.
So this is exciting to you because it's innovation and it's local. I know we've talked about this before, but normally in our community, when we talk about localization, we mean something a little bit different. We're talking about, USAID, contracting, getting down to smaller organizations. We had some of that discussion today. Yep. I understand you've got a different view about this. You think we ought to think a little differently about the opportunity in localization.
I think where I'd go is that we all started at the same place in terms of why it made sense. And the reason it made sense is because of the example I gave you, which is, first of all, you want to make sure that the agenda setting is done by people who know the most about the context on the ground, who have the authority and accountability to do something about it. So we needed to make sure that that was happening. For a while, we got lost in the global north in terms of trying to be the central planner for what happened in the global south. So we needed to change that. We needed to make sure that the solutions that were developed were feasible for the global south, were at a cost point that made sense. We're going to get scaled in a manner. And I think so for us, that is the crux of the localization agenda. I think so at some point what happened, and I'll talk about the Gates Foundation because it's easier for me to, we started at this thing and everybody agreed on what the why was. And then we started doing our program. And the first person was like, yeah, I know why we're doing this. And then the second person says, we need to make sure we measure this so that we know whether we're actually doing something about this, whether we're learning or not. Then went to the third person. The third person was like, oh, maybe we should have a target for this one. And it's like, we should see whether we move from 10% to 15%. Then the fourth person forgot why you were doing it, and they focused on the target. And I think so that's where we're probably getting lost, which is as long as we focus on the why, I think everybody's doing the right thing.
So your sense is maybe we're getting stuck on like checking the box on localization. Like, look, it's a local organization. We're done.
Yes.
When this is really meant to be a means to an end. And you're, I think, more excited by local innovation.
Yep.
So we talked a little bit about that opportunity in India and elsewhere. What is needed to unlock that opportunity around local innovation?
I think really the big thing is mindset. We still, for a lot of people, and I'll talk about my organization, for a lot of people, the mindset is still that if I'm trying to develop a new diagnostic, the best scientists are sitting in a pharma company or a medtech company in New Jersey and I think so that is just not true. Like if you go to India, so for folks, TB is the largest killer on the planet. The way, and there's a lot of conversation about antimicrobial resistance. TB is one of the biggest contributor to that. If we could get ahead of that, if we could diagnose TB earlier, then we could put people on treatment earlier. Transmission slows down. The treatment is much more effective. But the reason it doesn't happen is a diagnostic is worth $10 right now. You just know with the healthcare budgets, that just is a non-feasible thing. You go to India and Hyderabad, the government has developed a medtech park in Telangana, and within 4 years, 5 years, they're talking about getting it down to $2, getting down to $1. That's going to be a game changer. So
India has the largest burden of TB in the world.
yeah, and now they're going to be the solution designer of that in the world. So I think so. Coming back to your question, I think a lot of things are already happening. We just need to change our mindset and figure out. And in some cases, like the gentleman before talked about it, that some places we might have to go and put capex up front. We might have to make some investments up front to make sure that the capacity is ready. But it's not starting from zero. There is enough substrate over there that it's going to take off quite quickly.
Well, one of those accelerators is digital public infrastructure. There's a lot of people probably in this audience, online, and in the room who make it a regular practice to read the tea leaves of the Gates Foundation, since you are now bigger than most government bilateral aid agencies. And one of the tea leaves we're reading these days is DPI is becoming a big deal at the Gates Foundation. So what is that? Why is that?
So there are a few different ways I'm going to talk about it. One is DPI it's the operating system of the public sector. Like the private sector went from analog to digital, and they unlocked just a lot of value. A lot of government work happens analog, and DPI is sort of the foundational layer that changes the game. So there are three things on the stack. The first thing on the stack is ID, which is in 2007, 2008, I worked on corruption in India, and the number one thing that you needed to first do was make sure that you knew who the beneficiary was, and you just couldn't do that. Now you have ID systems that actually help you know who is who. The second layer of that is a payment system. It happened during COVID. 200 million people, 200 million women got a cash payment straight to their bank accounts in India because you had ID and you had the UPI system, which is a second layer that creates the sort of the network. And then the third one was a data sharing architecture. You put these three things together, now you've got a digital stack that effectively allows governments to do things so much differently at a dramatically lower cost point with much more efficiency. So we're sort of excited about it. India did amazing things, and now it's ready for scale.
Yeah, this is the Nandan Nilekani playbook that you're reading from.
Yep.
And it worked in India, but so far it hasn't seemed to have anywhere near that success elsewhere. Although there are examples of something like UPI in Brazil, and
that's right.
There are certainly digital ideas. What is the Gates Foundation going to do now that you're focusing on this effort? What do you think you're going to be able to invest in to accelerate this elsewhere?
The playbook's the same as pretty much everywhere. Like it's work with governments to understand sort of where the gap is. In this case, it turns out for some governments, the gap is technical assistance. And so there are organizations like Co-Impact, there are World Bank partners who have effectively said, we will help governments who want to undertake this, whether their decision in terms of how to pick up the technology, how to roll this out, how to finance it. And so wherever there is a need in terms of catalyzing it, we'll help play a role in there.
All right, we're running out of time, but I do want to just give people, because I'm interested in this myself, a little peek into a day in the life of the Chief Strategy Officer at the Gates Foundation. So you can imagine Bill and Mark and others there are pretty lucky to have you as a thought partner. But there's
tell Mark that.
I will. But there's the long range stuff that you guys are thinking about, and then there's the day to day, and it's become a big institution. It's over 2,000 employees now, right? So what does it really mean now to be the Chief Strategy Officer? Like, what is your day like at the Gates Foundation?
So the Gates Foundation has it's a fun day. The Gates Foundation has about, let's see, on an average day. I'll talk about the next week. So next, because it's the 2 weeks from now, it's the best week for me. we're going to review half of our strategies. So within 2 weeks in October, we'll review our entire portfolio. So every team would have somewhere between a 60-minute to a 120-minute slot. They will report out on, they'll start with what we said we were going to do, what we promised. We're going to look at the backward-looking performance. We will understand whether things worked or that didn't work. We will look at how the market is changing, what's changing in the external environment, what's changing in terms of the opportunity set, and then we'll make a decision in terms of what we're going to do next year or the next 5 years. And we will look at the whole portfolio. We'll feel proud about the progress that the world is making. We will be impatient about the fact that we're not making enough progress, and we will. It'll be an amazing thing to look at the entire spread. So.
Well, it's an amazing thing for all of us to follow this too, and it's been such a pleasure to get to spend some time with you and just kind of get in your head a little bit, which we got a taste of today. Thank you so much, Ankur Vora, for being a part of this.
It was a pleasure. Thank you, Raj.
Please join me in thanking Ankur Vora. And I'll just ask my colleague Kate Warren to come up on stage, and maybe we can take this opportunity to give her a big round of applause.
Thank you. Well, it really should be the whole Devex team here and many supporting online from afar.
It has been a real team effort, and it has been fantastic to be with all of you today online and those of you who joined us for 4 days of programming on this stage, 2 days of this news summit, that we've really focused on what's possible, that the future can't wait, that, yes, we're way behind on the SDGs, but there are things that are working. And I hope you got a flavor for that, because as much as, the big picture politics don't look very good, there are some really exciting innovations happening. And for me, at least, one of the most exciting things is just the people who are doing this, the people who are in these seats, who are working every day to accelerate and make it happen.
Yeah, definitely feeling inspired by connecting with those who are on the stage, those of you in the room. It's clear that everyone is really passionate about the work they do. And you asked about, or talked about, people come here to just get, what's the temperature of development? Obviously, we've had 4 days of events here, but I've been all over the city at lots of different events, including yourself. So what would you say is the temperature?
Well, I think we may have added a dose of optimism to the read that's happening in New York this week, because there is a lot of concern, understandable concern about geopolitics and war and the funding picture. We heard a little bit of that today, but I think and hope we have added at Devex a sense that there's some solutions, there's some things that are out there working, and we're trying to change the temperature. Yeah, and I heard that there's some 900 side events happening this week. So first of all, thank you for choosing us to spend some of your time here. But also, Climate Week is happening. You when you're talking with Mafalda Duarte earlier, talking about the climate and development worlds used to operate very separately. I think a few years ago you come here and the people here for Climate Week had no idea about UNGA and vice versa. Now people are here for both. It's really overlapping. And I was struck by just how many more people come here and representing different sectors. It's not just the traditional development community. And, really we need everyone as part of this effort and fight, and really heartened by how many people are working on these solutions, no matter their background or perspective. I think the next big moment, just like UN General Assembly was kind of sleepy for a while and it's turned into a big moment, is the World Bank annual meetings. So I put your attention there, because that third week in October is going to be a very busy time in DC, as the World Bank is growing a lot, as climate and development are converging. And in fact, Devex is hosting our Devex World convening that week, October 24th. We'll be interviewing lots of interesting people. I mentioned
Howie
Buffett, maybe that will become the biggest philanthropist in the world soon. So very much worth tuning in and coming if you can be in Washington on October 24th.
Yeah, we have a special discount for those of you who attended. So definitely take advantage of that. We do want to thank our partners who, again, we could not do this or do our journalism without your support. So our impact partners, Caring Cross, CGAP, Food for the Hungry, Zipline, who you just heard from, Forge, the funders organize and rights in the global economy, Gilead, ISN, Operation Smile, PAI, ServiceNow, Boehringer Ingelheim, and then our ecosystem partners that we hosted other side events with, the African Development Bank, AstraZeneca, AT Scale, AXA, Boehringer Ingelheim, GSK, and AMREF Africa, MSD, and MSD for Mothers, and Vodafone Foundation. So you can tell it's a long list. It takes a lot to pull this together, and we really appreciate that. We also really appreciate our Devex Pro members who support our journalism. Hopefully some of you in this room are are tuning on online. If you're not, please consider becoming a Devex Pro. You get access to all of our insider news, analysis, special events. At Devex World, you can get access to our Pro Lounge. We'll get some special programming. So please consider joining if you haven't already.
Yeah, with that, just a big thank you to all of you for being here. Thanks to our team for making this possible. And join us in the back for some cocktails and stay tuned for more from Devex as always.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.